is like the cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. In the morning. Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. You see, this is where we are right now. As far as the testimony goes this morning, your boy DELRAY, Richardson, Platinum Artist, Platinum Songwriter, Straight Game TV. I thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Come on up in here. Come on up in here. Yes, indeed. Let's go. We're going to do it again and again and again. Right now, the prosecution has just ended the direct examination of David James, Diddy's former assistant. And now they are beginning with the cross-examination. Mr. Agnafalo is doing that. And so Mr. Agnafalo comes in and basically he's attacking him immediately, talking about he didn't tell all of this stuff that he's talking about the first time. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They rolling this morning. David James, he said, they told me to stop, not to say anything that would incriminate me. So basically, Mr. James is talking about, I guess, his lawyer when he was giving testimony or basically a statement involving Diddy. He said, James said, they told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me. Agnafalo, look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself, then look up at me. Okay, James. Agnafalo, how did you recognize Suge Knight? David James, I listen to hip-hop. He said, how did he recognize Suge Knight? He didn't know what Suge Knight looked like from that perspective. Combs Agnafalo, were you drinking or smoking pot? David James, no, sir. Agnafalo, your mind was clear? David James, as clear as it could be, working 20 hours a week at 4 a.m. or 20 hours a week. I guess he meant 20 hours a day, 20 hours a week. His mind should be clear as hell. Agnafalo, D-Rock opens the door. Suge Knight is a few cars over. David James, window open. So I guess when they're talking about when he rolled up on Suge Knight, saying that the window was open to the car when they rolled up on Suge Knight after D-Rock told Diddy that Suge Knight was at Mel's Diner in Hollywood. Go window open. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like I say, thank you for coming in. We're gonna do it again like we do it, like we do it about this time. Or should I say like we always do about this time? Yes, indeed. So they're talking about the situation with Suge Knight when they rolled up on Suge Knight. Um, David James is the guy. He's Diddy's former assistant, if you will. And they're supposed to be interviewing the guy called the Punisher. We don't know why he's called that as of yet. The guy, David James, also testified earlier that he would book hotel rooms as Diddy assistant, prepare stuff. I mean, that's what usually assistants do. I don't see anything incriminating in that. Like I said, I'm looking for the incriminating stuff. He talked about that Louis Vuitton bag that I was telling y'all about. He talked about that Diddy would always keep it in around about $10,000 in the bag. From what I had heard, that was the same. I wouldn't say the same bag, but a Louis Vuitton bag at the Intercontinental Hotel. When that played out. So here we go. Boom. Let's get him. Shout out to Inner City Press also. Once again, David James. D-Rock says, I'm Biggie's boy. And then Suge Knight recognizes him and gives him a dab, right? Combs, Ignafalo, what's a dab? James, a handshake. James hanging out with the brothers, man, and give him some dap. They call it DAP, right? Give him a dab. You know, Combs, Ignafalo, what's a dab? A handshake. Ignafalo, did you leave D-Rock at the diner? Or why are you smiling? David James, because that's a crazy question. Why would I? Why would I? So David James seems to think this is funny. I think that the joke was more so than the question. It was the dab. You know what I mean? You gave him a dab or you gave him some dab. You know what I mean? he ain't quite picking up on the lingo. You dig? Wow. Like I said, they say the Punisher and Cassie's mom is supposed to testify also. Like I said, I don't know what Cassie's mom can testify to, but we're gonna see. I think more so than anything, it would be the domestic violence that took place in the relationship, if you will. But we're gonna see. Should be interesting. You know, somebody up close to kin, if you will. Combs, Ignafalo, didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner? David James, that makes no sense. He's kind of being a little combative here, right? Ignafalo, I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking, did you? David James, no. Ignafalo, you say you saw Cassie and Mr. Combs. David James, yes, Mr. Combs told me to drive. I think what Mr. Ignafalo's trying to do, remember, Cassie spoke at one time and said that she was at the she went with him. And then her testimony, in her direct testimony and in cross-examination, Cassie basically said that she did not go with Diddy when they went to approach or confront Suge at Mel's Diner. So I guess that's what he's trying to do. But more importantly, David James is getting kind of combative here. You know what I mean? Don't let them ask the judge, can they treat him as a hostile witness? Combs, like I said once again, didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner? David James, that makes no sense. Ignafalo, I'm not asking you what makes sense. I'm asking you, did you? David James, no. Ignafalo, you say you saw Cassie and Mr. Combs. David James, yes, Mr. Combs told me to drive. Okay. Then what happened? Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Um, David James earlier, like I said, David James earlier also described like how he would prep hotel rooms for Diddy. I mean, some of the direct testimony you would make, they try to make you think that, you know, a lot of what was going on wasn't par for the course. Like Sean Combs had 3 handguns in his lap when he ordered members of his entourage to go to Mel's Diner in Los Angeles early one morning to confront rival mogul Suge Knight. Former assistant David James testifies Tuesday. Combs demanded that James drive to the restaurant in and around 4 a.m. and then circle the block after they failed to spot Suge's Cadillac Escalade in the parking lot, the witness said. I remember thinking, there's 3 guns and 3 people in the car, James testified. Right? Agnafalo, asking in the cross examination, you don't know when Mr. Combs got the guns, do you? David James, I don't know when we had the guns until then. He said, I didn't know we had the guns until then. Agnafalo, have you ever been in a situation like that? David James, no. Agnafalo, you didn't say I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with guns? No. So basically, David James was with it, is what they're trying to point out now. He didn't refuse to drive with Diddy to go and confront Suge Knight. There was 3 people in the car, and there was 3 guns. David James was looking to get it popping with D-Rock and Diddy. You know. Well, I think that's what they were hoping that David James was going to do. They hoped that he was going to get it popping. They also, David James also testified that something about Diddy called his situation his kingdom or something like that. If most people, who most people may not know, that Diddy younger son, he calls his son King Combs, right? So that's his young king. I don't think that there's anything he's saying anything like he's running some kind of you know, I don't know what they try to insinuate. There's like certain things that get said, right? Um, yeah, I don't think that it was anything like anything sinister like that. But like I said, once again, you know, when they asking these questions, it's just like you know, him trying to get him to explain what DAB is, right? Or DAP is, right? Combs Ignafalo, what exactly did you do before you got this job? Ignafalo asked. David James, I was a door-to-door salesman and then personal assistant. Ignafalo, now you're going with guns to confront someone? David James, it was not ideal. Ignafalo, you knew how to get to Mel's Diner, right? David James, I frequent there all the time. Ignafalo, so you've never seen guns before, right? No. So yeah, I think David James wanted to prove that he was down for whatever, you know? I think he wanted to prove basically that he was down for whatever. They moving pretty fast today. Boom. Oh, he got a proffer? Okay, hold on, let's see. He got a proffer? He got a proffer agreement? Agnafalo, this is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement? Oh yeah, see they going after him now. See now because he came in playing this docile, you know, guy, you know, and coming in bad boy, I'm an assistant. I do, I set up hotel reservations and I do all of this. Now he's jumped from assistant to assassin. If you want to be, perfectly honest, he got pistols. There's 3 people in the car, and now he one of the 3. Ignafalo. This is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement? David James, it's an understatement of the day so far. Ignafalo, do you have immunity? David James, ask my lawyer. I have some kind of offer agreement. Ignafalo, a proffer? Oh, so they gave him a deal. They getting to the crux of it now, ladies and gentlemen. They got people coming up in the court that got deals with the government, man. This is some other stuff, man. I understand that, but dude's credibility is done. We don't know who he was working for and how he was working for him and how long he was working. Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. Hold on. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They now it's starting to get interesting because now you're seeing all of these characters come out the woodworks, right? Combs, Ignafalo, you didn't tell anyone about this. David James, only my wife. Ignafalo, did you meet with the government this morning? David James, yes, briefly about what might come up in cross. Ladies and gentlemen. So David James has a proffer agreement, right? David James has the same kind of agreement that Keefe D signed with the government. Remember, I did the interview with Tupac's father over on All the Dialogue. If you haven't checked that out, you might want to check that out. And there was a question that I had asked Tupac's father about Keefe D receiving a deal from the government. And that's when Mr. Garland, Tupac's father, went into how the government had gave Keefe D a deal and how he thought that was strange. After Keefe D had basically admitted to being involved in the murder and assassination of Tupac Shakur. Y'all got to check out the latest video that I just released this morning, and I go over all of the nuances and how, Diddy's situation, the money, and all of that was basically the motivation behind, other than what happened at the MGM, as Keefe D would describe it, based on the fact that they had talked about the $1 million hit. Amazing. Amazing, man. Wow. gets deeper. Ignafalo Combs, did the Mel's Diner incident come up? David James, not that I recall. Ignafalo, it's this morning. What did you talk about? David James, your style. Some laughter. Ignafalo, I'm dying to ask what they said, but I won't. He said, wow. I guess Mr. Ignafalo, I don't know, style of dress or style of cross-examination or whatever it is from that perspective. Wow. So Mr. David James has to deal with the government, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, you know, based on him saying anything incriminating, I don't know why that is. You know, and what it says now is that, you know, they're really trying to go after Diddy by any means necessary. The fact that they're giving up deals to protect, I guess, Mr. James against self-incrimination. I get that, but once again, for what he would need a deal for, I really don't know. I mean, you know, unless he was involved in other things other than booking hotel rooms and all of the things that he basically testified to, right? So we used to go to Mel's Diner back in the day. I didn't think the food was all that great, but, you know, people go different places for different reasons. You know what I mean? If you ever go to L.A. or come to L.A., you know what I mean? You can, you know, slide down to Mel's Diner and see what it's like. I don't know if it's legal to meet with the prosecution. I don't know. Like I said, I think in between testimony, if you will. But James was testifying yesterday, and the judge had made a statement in regards to, you know, not talking or not conferring, should I say, with the witness when they're coming to testify. Anna Lee, what's up? Sticky, Proof, Aaliyah of Judah, Exotic Beauty, Gerald Pipers, Brandon Carter, Casto Unknown, Black Cash Dreams. What's up? Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. Wow. Now, like I said once again, the Suge Knight incident is actually crazy. I wanted them to elaborate a little bit more about as to what happened. Once again, I don't know if they came back and they talked about whether Cassie was with him. I think they were trying to get to the bottom of that, right? You know, it said before the trip to the diner, right? This is great information. Before the trip to the diner, Sean Combs' girlfriend Cassie was crying and begging him not to leave his Los Angeles home. Cassie previously told the juror that she was scared of what Combs would do and begged him not to go. David James drove Combs a Lincoln Navigator to the diner, he said. He recalled having a weird sense of calm on the ride, with Combs and a security guard in the vehicle. The former employee testified testimony may have helped support the prosecution's theory that Combs had an army of enforcers who enabled his violent and illegal conduct, right? An army? That was, from what I understand, it was just D-Rock and David James. Who was the army, right? Wow. See how the characterization of things, or should I say the mischaracterization of certain situations and how they do what they do. Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually, if you want to be perfectly honest, man. It's kind of funny. Basically said Diddy kept embarrassing video of assisting to assert control, court hears. David James says he once took ecstasy and went to a Diddy party. I was also drinking Ciroc that night, he said. Normally, I'm very straight edge, don't have much emotion. I was dancing, dancing, Diddy bopping all around the party. I was just vibing, enjoying myself. A few days later, Diddy confronted him with a video of him dancing at the party and claimed Diddy said, I'm going to keep this footage in case I need it. I was so out of character. It was so out of character for me. It would be embarrassing if he released that footage to the public. Dude, was you involved in the freak off? Was you buck naked in the room? Was you getting hit by the Punisher or any of these other guys? You had a good night and you had a good time, right? Okay. You know, that's not nothing. You know, it would be very embarrassing. Like, people would really know who you were. You know what I mean? I guess if Diddy released it on his Instagram, then it would be something. But, I mean, other than that, come on, man. Ain't nobody really checking for him like that. Right? That's a move. Mr. Gnafalo asks, I have a few more mundane questions, David James. I love mundane questions. Gnafalo, where did you travel with Mr. Combs? David James, Ibiza, London, Saint-Tropez. Gnafalo, were these vacations? David James, business oriented, he said. So David James said he would travel with Diddy. He went to London, Ibiza, Saint-Tropez. Yeah, hit that thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Exotic Beauty, good morning. Big Money Music, what's happening? Mississippi in the building. finessed analyzer. Prime time. POC 9900. Sticky fingers. What's good? Welcome back, man. Appreciate you. Click the like button. Click the share button. Hit the thumbs up. Click that check mark. So they got just 1 minute ago, ladies and gentlemen, to let people know Diddy lawyering up like crazy, man. Diddy got 10 lawyers, man. Diddy got 10 lawyers. This just in, look. This just in. Diddy docket now a 10th member joins Sean Combs' legal team, Jonathan Bach, husband of Alexander Shapiro, already on the team. In the city press covered this work in the Trump SPAC trial, right? So Jonathan Bach has now joined Diddy's legal team, if you will. Diddy has a total of 10 lawyers. Absolutely. Wow. Basically, the defense has been going after inconsistent testimony from defense attorney Mark Anafalo referenced documents from David James' meetings with the government, highlighted one where his account of Mel's Diner incident ended before he returned to Combs' home, right? So he basically said in an interview, David James, like I said, defense attorney Mark Anafalo referenced documents from David James' meetings with the government, highlighting one where his account of Mel's Diner event ended before he returned to Combs' home. He said the government had instructed him not to say anything that could incriminate himself. The documents also indicate at one point he told them some of the events took place inside the diner, even though he testified today that they occurred outside the diner, right? So basically, his testimony is inconsistent, right? I think these inaccurate notes, James said, he said, I think these are inaccurate notes, James said. He maintained that his recollection of the majority of the events has remained consistent. Ignafalo asked James whether he spoke up at any point when Mr. Combs allegedly telling him to get back in the car to return to Mel's Diner, or when Mr. Combs was sitting in the back seat with 3 guns. So basically asking him, did he try to interfere, or did he say anything to try to prevent the situation from going down? James said respectfully, sir, you have someone with 3 guns in close proximity. I didn't think I had an option to say anything. Now, the guns wasn't for him, but like I said, once again, I don't know. The threat wasn't about him. The threat was about Suge Knight. Once again, you know, James could have simply said, hey, man, you know what? This is not my job description. You know what I mean? Like I said, everybody was along for the ride until the ride was over. You know what I mean? And then when the ride is over, now they do profit deals with the government. Ignafalo also grilled James about his conversations with prosecutors Tuesday morning before he took the stand, asking if James was prepped on how to handle the Mel's Diner incident, right? And he said, well, no, they just told me about your style and, how he, how he would cross-examine and things like that. So, Mr. Ignafalo asked him, what were you hired as? David James, a personal liaison, but I was a personal assistant. Ignafalo, he met a high-level roster of people. David James, second understatement of the day. David James, he's really trying to go at Mr. Ignafalo. He basically Mr. Ignafalo said to him, you met a high-level roster of people. David James says, second understatement of the day. Ignafalo, why? He met with who's who. Ignafalo, it was important that he be prepared for these meetings, right? David James, yes. Ignafalo, it was important that he be on time, correct? David James, no. We changed meetings to fit his schedule all the time when he didn't want to show up at a certain time. Okay. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back. Stay in the room for me. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Got to take care of the business. So, Mr. James, Ignafalo, did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers? David James. No, but I knew he likes applesauce. Oh, man. This is crazy, man. Applesauce on cheeseburgers, man. Okay, I guess. Everybody got, like I said, everybody got weird tastes, man. Ignafalo, he like Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business. David James, usually not. Ooh, very powerful, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? They're trying to say that the business was put together to help facilitate this sex trafficking and all of that. So that question is very poignant, ladies and gentlemen. Ignafalo, you say you didn't know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers? David James, no, but I knew he liked applesauce. Ignafalo, he liked Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business. David James, usually not. David James, I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them. Combs Ignafalo, when you bought the 8-ball of Coke on San Tropez, pronounced San Tropez, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you? David James. He was asleep. So basically, David James is out here buying dope on his own and doing all of these other things that he wasn't supposed to be doing at that particular time. Appreciate you, Pop 9900. Yeah, appreciate you, Pop. Pop. That POC, yeah, POC 9900. Yeah, we back. Sticky fingers, yes sir, yes sir. So basically, David James out here buying 8-balls. He trying to put 8-balls on corners without cue sticks, man. You know, and before them they say Agnafalo, it was important to be prepared for meetings, right? Yeah. Covered that. So basically, Diddy was asleep. Dude, David James out on the street corner buying 8-balls, man. Yeah, he out on the corner buying 8-balls. so I guess you can't take drugs on the flight, so you got to go and I guess he got a cop when he out of town. So I guess they knew so, or James, at least David James knew somebody over in San Tropez where he could go buy an 8-ball. He said I guess he was trying to really score for Diddy. When Diddy was asleep. Really trying to earn Diddy's good favor, if you will. Yeah, like I said, smash the like button. I'm back. I had to take a brief break. I had to handle some business. Like I said, I got try to multitask, man. Boo doo doo boo boo doo. Uh, uh, Combs, Mr. Gnafalo, tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds, David James. We talked about Bad Boy as a family, Ignafalo. What do you mean? David James, Mama Combs called me her son many times. Ignafalo, what was the mission? David James, make sure he's happy, right? So I guess make sure Diddy's happy from that perspective. Whatever that means. Copping 8-balls, copping 8-balls from corners out in San Tropez, right? There's no RICO element being laid out, no brick by brick. Rico element being laid out brick by brick. If you bought Astro Glide and you bought all of these other things, right? Those are not business expenses. Those are personal expenses. So you wouldn't run that through your business. I mean, let's be clear. Astro Glide and condoms and things like that, those are personal expenses. Those are not business expenses. So when someone says that they want to run those through, they don't want to run them through the business like that was just testified to. That doesn't mean that it's these look, people want things to mean things that they don't actually mean, right? Because that's just what they want them to mean. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. People that, man, they tripping, man. They tripping. Hold on. Combs, make sure he's happy. Make sure Diddy's happy. Combs, Ignafalo. Was it fun? David James, I enjoyed it from time to time. Ignafalo. What was your relationship with Chef Jordan? David James, professional. Ignafalo. Did you choke her? James, no. AUSA, objection. Sidebar. Wow, they must know something. They must know something that we don't know, ladies and gentlemen. They must know something that we don't know. And I think, like I said, through all of the testimony, like say for instance, I think the chef, Chef Jordan is going to testify in the case. If the defense has read her statement that she gave to the government, right? And she says that David James one time choked her, and he's saying no, that he didn't, the prosecution just threw in an objection. And then the judge said basically sidebar. So right now they're in the sidebar. So yeah, this is crazy, man. This is very interesting, right? According to this is a side piece of information. According to the former Sean Diddy Combs' assistant David James testimony, Combs dispatched James and a security guard named D-Rock to Mel's Diner in Los Angeles at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We pulled into the parking lot and D-Rock looks over and says, that's motherfucking Suge Knight. James testified, clarifying the jury that then chairman of Death Row Records was a Combs rival. James testified that D-Rock approached Knight and said, it's me, D-Rock, Biggie's boy, right? He said, while waiting for their food, James testified that 4 black SUVs pulled into the parking lot and they allegedly saw someone pass, right? They allegedly saw someone pass Knight a gun, right? So basically, D-Rock saying that they saw 4 black SUVs pull into the parking lot. They allegedly saw somebody pass Suge Knight a gun. D-Rock said, we gotta fucking go, James told the court, right? So I don't know what that was about. You know, D-Rock rolled up on Suge in L.A. talking about, you know, he's Biggie's boy, and I don't know how Suge might have took that, you know, if this is true, basically what they saying, you know what I mean? James also testified that when he returned to Combs' house, Combs and Cassie Ventura were outside arguing. Cassie looked very distressed as she was telling him not to go to the diner. James told the court that Combs told him to get behind the wheel of the black Escalade and drive to the diner. Motherfucker, go, is what James said that Diddy told him. James testified Combs told him from the back seat of the vehicle. James further told the court that Combs had 3 handguns in his lap. At the time, I was really struck by it. I realized for the first time, being Mr. Combs, he said he realized for the first time that being Mr. Combs' assistant, that my life was in danger. James testified a short time later. James gave his notice and left the company. I mean, your life wasn't in danger. All you had to do was say, hey, man, that's not part of my job description. You know what I mean? If he'd have beat him up, then I guess he had a lawsuit too, right? Back with the business. David James, Mr. Combs told me you can't be putting your hands on women. He told me to give her a gift, right? So evidently David James, Mr. Combs told me you can't be putting your hands on women. He told me to give her a gift. Mr. Agnafalo, what did you give her? David James, I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her. Agnafalo, did she like it? It appeared she did. What the hell? Combs, Agnafalo, you were in the car with Mr. Combs and who? David James, Chris Lighty. Agnafalo, you have taken ecstasy? I'd party, sure. Agnafalo, what were things like in the studio? Drugs? David James, yes. It's a creative environment. Oh, okay. So it wasn't all of what they tried to explain it as, right? Wow. Chris Lighty came up in the case. Shit. Barack Obama even came up in the case. Combs was the leader of a criminal. Come on, stop it, man. Well, at that rate, if Combs was the leader of a criminal organization, then shit, you know, the whole thing involving the bad boy East Coast, West Coast, then what, the media helped facilitate it? Whose side they on? Because they damn sure fanned the flames. So. So you were in the car with Mr. Combs and who? Chris Lighty. He said, David James, I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs, Agnafalo, but he caught you smoking once. David James, I thought he was in for the night. I lit it up. He came out. He said, what are you doing? I said, nothing. See how people do when they get caught doing shit. So basically, I guess James was working, you know, this particular night or whatever, and he thought that Diddy was gone sleep. You know what I mean? That Diddy was in for the night. He said, James, I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs, Agnafalo, but he caught you smoking once, right? So Diddy, you could tell Diddy helping him out. He caught you smoking once. David James, I thought he was in for the night. I lit up. He came out. He said, what are you doing? I said, nothing. No, you was smoking, Playboy. Stop playing. Oh, man. People something, boy. Oh, man. Human beings are something, man. You know? What you doing? He said, nothing, man. I ain't doing nothing, man. We say no more dancing in videos. Right. He get caught. He get caught smoking, and Diddy asked him what he doing, and he says nothing. Amazing. This is hella funny, man. So basically they trying to show that he was smoking on the job, right? David James, he said, if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. Wow. Wow. So yeah, David James, he's trying to come into court. So David James got caught smoking weed on the job, right? And David James got caught by Diddy. He thought Diddy was in for the night. Diddy came back out, caught him smoking. David James, he said, if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking, he said. He said, if I did it again, he'd fire me, right? So Diddy told him, he claimed that all of this life and danger stuff about the Suge Knight and how he resigned and all of this, that, and the other, ladies and gentlemen. It has come to our understanding just now with the testimony that David James has gotten. This is very important. This is very important. Because they tried to use David James as the assistant to lay some kind of foundation for the RICO situation. There's other people reporting on YouTube talking about block by block. They're laying the foundation. They didn't lay the foundation for nothing. If you buy an Astro Glide, condoms, and all of that stuff, that is not a business expense. You would not run that through your company. You would pay for that personally, as that is a personal expense, right? So now, when the Suge situation happened, David James said he was driving the car. Diddy ordered him to drive the car. Ignafalo asked him, hey, did you show any kind of objection as to, not wanting to go or whatever? He said, no, I got somebody in the back seat with 3 guns in their lap. And, I just knew right then and there my life was in danger. See, but Mr. James forgot to mention that Diddy caught him smoking weed on the job, right? So basically, when questioned about that, David James said, he said that Diddy told him, if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. He said, if he did it again, he'd fire me. Ignafalo, how about when you picked up 2 prostitutes and had sex with one? Objection. 403. Woo! They ain't talk about that. See, look, now the prosecution wants to object. The judge said overruled. Overruled. David James, she asked me for $200. I called Bonds and asked, what the hell? She asked to take a shower. I said, that's $200, right? Combs, Ignafalo. On that note, no further questions. Ladies and gentlemen, this dude, David James, is I ain't even gonna call him a fraud. But he's out here misrepresenting himself. David James David James picked up 2 prostitutes, man, and had sex with one, man. Right? He got caught smoking weed on the job. Man, Diddy's team is hella strategic with this, man, and they laying it out, man. He made like it was all, man, Diddy did this and it was all that. And yeah, he out there blowing, in the car blowing, outside blowing. What you doing, Diddy asked me. Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing. What you doing? Nothing. Oh, Lord. Y'all get that, man. Y'all got to read that. Look, like I said, once again, David James said, Diddy told him, if you man enough to smoke, you man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. He said, if I did it again, he'd fire me. Because number one, you slacking on your macking, man. You slacking on the job. You know what I mean? You 2 thoughts behind. You supposed to be, you know what I mean? And so now the cold part about it is this David James also has a proffer agreement with the government to come in and testify against Diddy. Y'all ain't hear me. I said David James also got an agreement with the government to come in and testify against Diddy. But he forgot to, you know, he in San Tropez buying 8 balls of coke and he doing all of this, that, and the other. And then he comes up in the courtroom, but he ain't telling them, yo, the reason why you basically lost your job is because you was smoking on the job. It wasn't nothing else. He was taking ecstasy. He was diddy bopping. He was participating. Basically, it seems like what everybody was doing in the Combs atmosphere, you know, mixing business with pleasure. Like I said, to me, the only people that didn't seem like they was doing that was the security, right? And so, but David, like I said, David James, like, yo, you smoking weed, right? He said, and then the funny part is, Diddy's lawyer, Gnafalo, he said, how about when you picked up 2 prostitutes and had sex with one? And the United States attorney said, objection, 403. No, that's not going to work. See, once again, why are they objecting to things that they know about? Once again, they say, well, you know, 403, the judge said overrule. He's coming in here talking about Diddy participated in all of these activities, but forget to mention, and this is the thing that I said earlier in one live. I talked about how some of the people who are sitting in judgment of Diddy, right, have done some of the same things themselves, right? We just don't know about it, right? Only through Cassie where we were able to unpeel the onion, if you will, or look behind the veil. And so now we see what's going on. So when the DA tries to object, objection 403, the judge overruled it, right? David James. And then he goes in to say, she asked me for $200. I called Bonds, which was one of Diddy's security, and asked, what the hell? She asked to take a shower. I said, that's $200, right? Gnafalo. On that note, no further questions. They crushed him right then and there. And so I'm waiting to see if the prosecution comes back with the redirect, right? Wow. The assistant even tricking. He should look. He understood the perks of being with Diddy, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, he understood the perks and was trying to take advantage of it. Look. So the United States attorney come back. Listen, check this out. The United States attorney come back, right? What'd she say? USAA, what have we asked you to do? David James, tell the truth. AUSA, nothing further. Recross. Mr. Gnafalo, you lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report. David James, yes. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, you lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report. David James, yes, he is a liar. He can't be trusted. His credibility is 0 now. Done. Ooh, they ain't playing no games. Diddy's defense team ain't playing no games. Gnafalo, nothing further. Could we have a break? He want to end it on that one. Yeah, judge said, judge, break. Right. They coming in here with these faulty witnesses, people who have deals with the government, right? But then want to sit back and act as if Mr. James is coming in and he's this upstanding citizen who can testify to Diddy's wrongdoings when he's participating in getting prostitutes and all of this other madness. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on here? Tap the like button, tap the share button, click the check mark, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. I appreciate y'all, man. Absolutely. Huh? Right, that's a YouTuber. That's crazy. Look, a lot of people, you know, we always have people coming in, checking out. We also got people who are not subscribed to the channel who are listening at this particular time. Like I said, you are appreciated too. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, they propped this guy up as if he was going to reveal something interesting about Mr. Combs and this racketeering, And there's all of these other little things, and it comes to light that Mr. David James actually lied to Diddy about filing a police report, right? AUSA. Now, after they caught him up and Diddy caught him smoking weed on the job, told him, he said, the next time I catch you doing that, I'm going to fire you, right? Diddy walk up on the car, outside or wherever he was, asked him, yo, what you doing? He's smoking weed. And the first thing he say is nothing. Nothing. You know what I mean? See what I'm saying? You know, and here's a guy that Diddy gave an opportunity to have a job. Now, understandably so. So he's telling all of these things and being snarky on the stand, right? Ignafalo set him up. Got him to admit that, right? That he lied. Okay, USA. And so now the prosecution comes back after Ignafalo's cross-examination and tries to clean it up. Prosecutor asks, what have we asked you to do? David James, tell the truth. The prosecution, nothing further. Recross, Mr. Ignafalo, you lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report. David James, yes. Mr. Ignafalo, nothing further. Could we have a break on this lying motherfucker right here? This sneak thieving, lying motherfucker, coke buying, all of this other thing, prostitute, entertaining a dude here. Yeah, because he's over here trying to, I told you, people, they pointing one finger, they got three pointing back at him. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Like I said, we understand that Diddy's a woman abuser, all of those things. We understand he's a drug addict, he's been to rehab, all of those things. Far from perfect, right? But when you put people up on the stand and you have a case that you're attempting to try against somebody, you got to make sure that they come right. And like I said, once again, he's out here buying prostitutes and had sex with one, but yet is in the courtroom testifying against Diddy. And what makes that even crazier, he has a deal with the government, ladies and gentlemen. That should have been one of the first things that the government basically brung out. Why didn't they bring that out? We offered you a deal, correct? So but they can't do that. So it's on the defense, it's up to the defense to actually bring those things out into the public, if you will. And so here we have it. This guy's a liar, man. He's lying about pivotal stuff, right? I don't know what kind of police report he was supposed to file, but he lied about filing the police report. And he admitted to it. So how is this guy even credible on any level? My God. My God. Woo. YouTube, but we're not talking about, it's one thing to lie in court to win. It's another thing to get caught in a lie. We're not talking about that. No, both sides lie in court. He got caught in a lie. He got a proffer deal with the government, a YouTuber. So when you understand that, yeah, they need to, he say Sticky, but you say they need to call him Pinocchio, huh? But no, I'm saying, like I said, most people don't understand that. Both sides lie to win the lie in court. Well, at this particular point, the prosecution is putting on their case. He got caught lying. It's one thing to lie and not get caught. It's another thing to lie and get caught. He got caught lying. Point blank, period. All the rest of what they trying to come up with now, I guess, I don't know if they're done with Mr. James. So all of the witnesses that they put up so far have turned out to be tainted. No, really though. I'm sitting here thinking to myself like, yo, yeah. He claiming his life was in danger. He ain't talking about how he got caught smoking weed on the job. Right? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And you know, the sad part about this guy, David James, the guy, David James, even has a YouTube page, right? With him, you know, taking old videos, Diddy teaching him how to make an OG Diddy. It's a drink. It's called an OG Diddy, right? See, he didn't testify to all of that. He told everybody what he thought they wanted him to hear. You know what I mean? He didn't testify to that. This is amazing. This is amazing. Man, it's actually, I think David James's testimony was kind of like a highlight right now, because you understand what it is and what it isn't. He didn't tell him he was making drinks. Yeah, David James was making drinks. We don't know about David James, man. What about this guy, man? What about this guy, man? We don't know, man. Come on now. David James making drinks. Woo-wee. That's crazy, man. Yeah, y'all gotta, you know, I'm not gonna promote his YouTube channel, but David James has a YouTube channel, and one of the videos it said it's called bitch assness outbreak at Diddy's house, right? And so I don't know what that means or what that entails, if you want to be perfectly honest, but it seems like it said this bitch assness disease is spreading. A recent outbreak in New York at Diddy's has Diddy's assistant David James infected with this disease. They say they going at him online, man. Oh man, look, I can't. You know, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, you know, when you think about this guy testifying against Diddy, right? You know, under the circumstances in which things happen and don't happen in certain situations, I would think that Diddy would think that this would be the last person, the actual last person that he would see testifying against him. The guy only had an assistant's job, right? You know, sometimes people oversell what they're gonna tell. You know what I mean? You know, evidently he oversold it to the government. They gave him a deal, you know, a profit deal against self-incrimination. I don't know, and this is the thing. Like I said once again, how many other people were given deals, right, in regards to coming to testify against Diddy, right? So basically, David James admitting that, you know, hey, you know, I bought drugs, you know what I mean? I bought an 8-ball in San Tropez. I did all of these things, right? Him stating that he did all of these things, I believe some of those things would have been self-incriminating from that perspective, right? So they gave him a deal. So how credible is he really? I mean, or how credible would he be? You know, did they really, truly, honestly think this through? I don't think they thought it through, man, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't think they thought this through. Like I said, Barack Obama name came up in the in this case. You know, Nicki Minaj, all of these other people. So yeah. So yeah, they done. I believe. Let me see. I believe they done with David James. Yeah, I believe they're done with David James. I think the guy who's the Punisher, or either Cassie's mother is next, if you will. Amazing, man. This is very entertaining, man. It's very entertaining now. Like I said once again, you know, David J. I don't think David James David James, he don't come out looking good at all, man. He come out like I said, the prosecution is setting people up to not come out looking good at all. It's like, dude, what made you? I don't even know. Did he have some kind of like prior charges? Was he in some kind of trouble before? You know what I mean? What would make him want to testify? Or did the government come to him and say, we have a RICO case and we believe that you were involved in the RICO and we're going to charge you too unless you cooperate? That's what it looked like to me. And upon cooperation, they gave him a proffer deal. Right? And so did he break the proffer deal when he basically lied about filing a police report? Right. Did he break the proffer deal when he lied about filing or saying that he filed a police report, but he didn't file a police report? What I'm asking is, did he break the proffer deal that the government gave him? Because they say you can't lie about nothing, any kind of deal that they give you, right? I guess that's the question that everybody wants to know. That's the $1 million Diddy question, if you will. Like I said, I dropped the video this morning, right? In dealing with the Tupac situation, as far as, the Diddy thing, and what Keefe D testified. Like some people come and they like, hey man, you were saying it was Reggie the Rat, this, that, and the other. I didn't say it was Reggie the Rat. Keefe D said it was Reggie the Rat. Keefe D said that Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. orchestrated or helped facilitate the murder of Tupac Shakur. Suge Knight has also alluded to the same thing. Like I said, we have yet to cross that legal hurdle in which Keefe D trial's coming up next February. You know what I mean? We'll be able to see what that is and what kind of evidence or relevance to the information that Keefe D had provided. I explained to you guys that Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. was complicit in the death of Tupac Shakur by way of negligence and also causation for pulling the security off of Tupac and various other lies and things that he had told, which basically points to him as being part or a participant in some kind of conspiracy in which Keefe D had alluded to. Like I said, we know that Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. and Keefe D had a relationship. We need to be further enlightened on what that relationship was. So yeah. But check out the video I dropped earlier this morning, and definitely catch up on some of this straight game, man. Like I said, I'm only reporting the facts, not what I think or what I feel. Only dealing with the facts, man. Yeah, like I said, once again, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. Has proven himself to be exactly what I tried to explain to you guys that he was. And there's no way around that, over that, under that. You know what I mean? We understand what it is now. Like I said, a lot of people, running around masquerading as, this, that, and the other. 1 minute, him and Suge Knight are cool, and the next minute Suge is a snitch and blase blah and Harry O, and he talks about all of these people. But he forgot to tell us about if he has an immunity deal in the Biggie situation. You know what I mean? And a lot of these guys get Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. on their platform, and they refuse to ask him that question. Do you have an immunity deal in place at this particular time? Right. Thank you, R. Hill. I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at this last testimony by the guy David James, man, yeah, the last thing, listen, man, the last thing on the jury's mind is, or should be on the jury's mind. I can't read minds, right? But what should be on the jury's mind is this testimony right here. you lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report. David James. Yes. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. People admitting to lying, right? And all of the other things that they shouldn't do in reference to, right? David James, what do you say? David James said, you say that's Suge now? Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I would think when they come back from this little brief break right here, when they come back from this brief break, they coming back with the next witness, and I think the next witness is supposed to be allegedly the Punisher, one of the escorts I believe that Cassie had slept with, or Diddy had ordered for Cassie, whatever you want to call it. The guy called the Punisher, if you will. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the court's back in session. They're back. They took a brief break. Come on, Mount. They took a brief break, man. Okay, they got Cassie's mother on the stand. Cassie's mother is on the stand at this particular time, ladies and gentlemen. Cassie's mother is on the stand at this particular time. They're back, judge, jurors. I'm going to try to get the temperature turned up in here. I'm told it's complicated, but I'm freezing right now with you, the judge told him. The government calls Regina Ventura, Cassie's mom. So, here we go. We're going to see if Diddy ever gave, I think it should come up if Diddy ever gave them any kind of financial assistance, any kind of help. AUSA, where do you live, Regina Ventura? New London, Connecticut. Prosecutor, how many children do you have? Ventura, 2, Roderick and Cassandra. AUSA, who is this? Regina Ventura, Sean Combs. He dated my daughter. All right, let's go, y'all. Let's go. Cassie's mother is on the stand. I think they probably, if the guy, I don't know how long this is going to last. I think they probably just mainly want to talk about the domestic violence or what Cassie told them and what they witnessed or the bruises and things they might have seen on their daughter. The prosecutors, when did you meet Mr. Combs? Regina Ventura, in 2006. My daughter signed with his Bad Boy record label. He was her boss. They coached her. He was her boss. You know what I mean? The distinct things that she's saying. Then they started dating. They moved to L.A. The prosecution. Read this message from December 11th, December 2011. Regina Ventura, Cassandra wrote to me. Okay, it's getting up. The temperatures getting turned up in the courtroom, not from only from the judge, but from the witness that they calling. I mean, somebody right next to the pain. You know what I mean? That Cassie, like I said, Cassie suffered a lot of abuse from Diddy, man. And like I said once again, I don't want nobody to think that siding with anybody like that, Diddy was absolutely positively wrong. So. All right. Regina Ventura said she said Sean Combs threatened to release a sex tape and go after her and Mr. Muscooty. Prosecution. How did you react, Regina? It made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said to recoup losses due to Mr. Muscooty from my husband and myself. Right? I'm not sure I understand that. Once again, Regina Ventura said Sean Combs threatened to release a sex tape. Cassie did testify to that and go after her and Mr. Muscooty. AUSA, how did you react? Regina Ventura, she basically said, it made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000, he said, to recoup losses due to Mr. Muscooty from my husband and myself. I don't know if that's referring to somehow Diddy paid Kid Cudi money, money to do a song with Cassie. That could have been for a feature or whatever. And Diddy probably wanted his money back based on the fact that Kid Cudi had started a personal relationship with Cassie. Just like Diddy was trying to also get the money back that he allegedly said that he spent for the personal trainer that Cassie ultimately married, who's her husband, with 2 kids with 1 on the way at this particular time. So, from that perspective, amazing. Getting interesting, though. I guess Diddy felt like at the time that he knew that or the parents knew that Diddy and Cassie were dating, that they would not tell Diddy after, I guess, all he had felt like he had done for Cassie, right? And for her in that way to betray Diddy from that perspective. Remember, Cassie testified that she was still doing freak offs with Diddy while she was dealing with Kid Cudi, right? And so that part right there is very interesting in itself. And so I can understand partially why, if it's related to the $20,000 that Diddy allegedly probably gave to Kid Cudi to record with Cassie, why he would ask for the money back. He said, well, since y'all all with it and he all cool with y'all, let y'all pay me back my $20,000. And, since, y'all ingratiating to him, then y'all could get, pay the $20,000 and have your daughter, work with him from that perspective. So, yeah, this is interesting, man. Get a look behind the veil, Yeah, this is crazy. Mm-hmm. J Mac was good. Bro D was good. Festo was good. Bali was good. Yeah, that's the only reason why I could think that that she would Diddy would be asking for money from from the parents, right? So this also in so I think they're going to get to any behavioral differences as it relates to Cassie's behavior when she got into a relationship with Sean P. Diddy Combs versus ongoing and ending the relationship. That speaks to whether she was coerced. It speaks to her real state of mind, people, because of the issue of coercion is a big battleground. You either were a freak and you did this and you knew what you were doing, or you did it because you were forced to do it, so to speak. And there's no other three ways about it, right? Prosecutors have said Combs ran a criminal racketeering enterprise, which he and some of his inner circle coerced women into participating in drug-fueled sex performances he called freak-offs. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a gross exaggeration based on what we've been seeing so far. The only person we've heard from that has involved in any kind of thing with drugs, it's Cassie Ventura. Right? As right now, her mother is on the stand as we proceed to rock the mic. Right? No updates as of yet. So, yeah, this is very, like I said, this is very interesting, right? So basically, a nightmare to cross-examine a mother, he added, right? Prosecutors have also said Regina Ventura can testify that in December 2011, Combs demanded she pay him $20,000 for money he spent on her daughter after he learned she was romantically involved with Kid Cudi. Right. Now, see, I can understand that. I mean, without even when you know, the prosecution basically alluded to, you know, when the mother, should I say, she alluded to Diddy asking for $20,000 back, I can already assume why he would do that, right? He spent on her daughter after he learned she was romantically involved with Kid Cudi. Regina Ventura took out a loan and wired the money to Combs, right? So Cassie's mother did pay Diddy back. The money was wired back to her without explanation days later, the prosecution said, right? So she wired the money to Diddy, right? And then Diddy wired the money back to her without explanation days later, the prosecution said. The defense attorney, Mark Anofalo, argued that she should not be allowed to say in court as it could be prejudicial to Combs. But Judge Submaranium said Anofalo could object to the testimony when it comes up and he deal with it then. So, like I said, that in saying that the money was wired back to Cassie's mom after she took out a loan and wired the money to Diddy for paying for you know, that he spent on her in regards to deal with Kid Cudi from that perspective. Wow, this is interesting, man. They say behind the wall, man. Behind the wall, behind the veil. The prosecution after that, why did you take a loan to pay Sean Combs, Regina Ventura, for the safety of my daughter? For the safety of her daughter. It wasn't about no say. He didn't say he was going to hurt nobody. He said just wanted his money back for the money that he spent. Prosecution. Look in the binder next to you, Regina Ventura. These are photos I took of my daughter's bruises from Sean Combs. Right? So now they're getting to the photos of the bruises. There we go, y'all. We moving. We moving. Yeah, like I said, the guy who testified, David James, yeah, he did a horrible job, man. At the end of the situation, prosecutors revisited the email Cassie sent to her mother, Regina Ventura, in December of 2011 that said Combs threatened to release explicit videos of Cassie after he learned she was dating Kid Cudi. I was physically sick, Ventura said. I did not understand it. The sex tape threw me. He was trying to hurt my daughter. She testified that Combs wanted $20,000 for the video. For what video? She testified that Combs wanted $20,000 for the video. The video, or that? Well, that's not what. That's not. So people, they're reporting different things, man. Like I said, a lot of these people are reporting different things. As you watch the testimony in court, for the money that to recoup losses is what Regina Ventura, Cassie's mother, said. So you got to watch out for a lot of these news organizations, man. They out here just pushing anything to try to make it seem as if it was something else more than it was, right? So, like I said, we moving on. Yeah, you gotta watch. The information that you take in, man, because they be saying things that's not true. The prosecutor. Did you know Mia? Regina Ventura. She was an employee of Sean Combs. Prosecutor. What happened? Regina Ventura. We were in his kitchen laughing. Sean asked her why she was laughing. She stopped and looked plain. Prosecutors. Now to August 2016. We're done with the binder. So they're done with the binder. They were looking inside the binder. They looked at the photos. Cassie's mother testified that those were the photos that she took of her daughter's bruises that were allegedly made by Sean P. Diddy Combs. They said they were in the kitchen. He said, you know Mia? She said, yeah, she was an employee of Mr. Combs. Prosecutors, what happened? You know what I mean? It's so funny how they ask, like, okay, you're going to testify to Mia, you're going to testify to this, that. They asked, what happened? Regina Ventura, we were in his kitchen laughing. Sean asked her, why was she laughing? She stopped and looked plain, right? Prosecutors, now to August 2016, we're done with the binder. You know what I find interesting, right? A lot of people in P. Diddy's, his circle, or, that work for him from that perspective, they it seems like they like to cross the line between business and personal things, right? And that line was consistently blurred, from what was going on and what was allowed and what wasn't allowed. Like I said, when the young lady Mia, they sitting there laughing. I don't know what the atmosphere was like, but he's like, why are you laughing? You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's like, other than doing your job, man, stay out the way. Especially if you can kind of like size up who Diddy is, how he probably could switch up. Like I said, Cassie did testify that he had bipolar disorder, right? So, anybody like that, you dealing with somebody like that from that perspective, yeah, you got to kind of handle with kid gloves, if you will, right? AUSA, she asked the prosecutor, while in L.A., did you call the police? Regina Ventura, yes. Sean Combs stole Cassandra's phone. They had a bitter argument outside her apartment building. she lived on the 17th floor. They argued at the roundabout, right? So Cassie's mother said she even called the police, right? In August of 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, this is after the Intercontinental situation. The Intercontinental situation was in March, happened on March 5th, 2016. Cassie's mother testifies while in LA, the prosecutor asked her, did you call the police? Regina Ventura says yes. Sean Combs stole Cassandra's phone. They had a bitter argument outside her apartment building. She lived on the 17th floor. They argued at the roundabout. Who else was there? Regina, D-Rock. D-Rock is once again the guy who, the Suge Knight situation, when the security guards went to approach Suge Knight. The prosecutor, who else was there? Regina, D-Rock. Prosecutors. Is Damian Butler his government name? Regina Ventura. He was standing between us. I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassandra's car, a Jaguar. Prosecutors, no further questions. Judge, cross. Defense, no questions. That's it. So they really didn't, I mean, other than the photos, she's saying the defense basically has no questions for Cassie's mom. So they're going to basically go on to the next witness. I mean, she testified that she said Diddy stole her phone. This is simple domestic stuff, right? And what the prosecutor tried to do, what I think really failed at, AUSA, who else was there? She said, Regina, Cassie's mom said D-Rock. The prosecutor is Damian Butler, his government name, Regina Ventura. He was standing between us, right? I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassandra's car, a Jaguar, right? Now, once again, is it Cassie's car in Cassie's name? Or is it Diddy's car in Diddy's name that he let Cassie drive, right? We don't really know the facts behind that. Like I said, once again, on whom much is given, much is required. So, all of those things would really need to be, because when she said, well, he took Cassie's phone, I would think true enough that's her phone, you know what I mean? But once again, this is the thing that a person places themselves in. And so when she says that D-Rock was standing in between them, I mean, I think that he was really trying to quell the situation. And she said, I tried to hit him. So, Cassie's mom, she's saying she trying to hit, I don't know if she tried to hit Diddy or she tried to hit D-Rock, right? Sean Combs took Cassandra's car, a Jaguar. Basically, the prosecution said, you know what? No further questions. The judge said cross. The defense basically said they have no questions. Right. The defense doesn't want to come off looking like they trying to badger Cassie's mom, if you will. So I don't know if they probably, I think they probably call the next witness. Usually they go for break at around about 9:30 for the lunch break, since they're on the East Coast time. But it's like I think 12:30, right? Yeah. So they have no more. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, for the suspense that was built up in dealing with Cassie's mom, yeah. I can't say that she added anything to this alleged conspiracy, if you will. The sensationalism of the sensationalism of it all. She basically testified to what Cassie said, kind of corroborated. She took those pictures. Cassie talked about that. And like I said, the defense won't cross-examine Cassie's mom. I don't blame them. You know what I mean? Like I said, she didn't really add anything as far as any kind of conspiracy. Once again, these situations happen all the time between couples. You know, he bought the car, you know, get my car, I bought the car, you know. Same thing with a woman, you know, he drive my car, bring my goddamn car, you know, and so on and so forth. So I don't find this to be any more enlightening than I do anything else from that perspective. So hit the like button, y'all. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. We waiting on the next witness, ladies and gentlemen. The next witness is coming up. And like I said, there's a couple news organizations says that Diddy was demanding money from Cassie's mom for the tape, $20,000 for the tape, right? That's not true. That's not what she said on the stand. So, like I said, a lot of these media organizations are misleading the public in thinking and kind of, I don't know if they're trying to get, you know, people ready for, you know, trying to sway people's thought, but that's not what she said. She didn't say Diddy asked her for $20,000 to buy the tape, and also Diddy he was asking for money for the situation with Kid Cudi. Remember, Diddy introduced Kid Cudi to Cassie. I think Diddy might have paid, don't know, don't hold me to it because I don't know, but allegedly paid Kid Cudi money to work with Cassie, you know, like a feature, whatever, $20,000. And Diddy said basically, you know, since they was having a relationship and he, you know, put the money up for her daughter, you know, could advance her career, then he wanted that money back. I think that was where he wanted the money from. Rightfully so. You know what I mean? You know, mixing business with pleasure. Diddy's wrong for that too, because like I said, normally you ain't got to worry about those kind of feelings if you handling your business and you dealing with it on a business level, right? But you know, this is Sean P. Diddy Combs doing his Diddy bop, right? Like David James said, he was in there doing a Diddy bop. He was on ecstasy and he was doing everything, right? Like I said, Regina Ventura once called the police on Combs after Cassie told her mother that Combs had taken her phone. Ventura testified that she had a bitter argument outside her daughter's apartment building as she tried to get Cassie's phone back. Cassie was inside her apartment at the time. So Cassie wasn't even outside in the parking lot, allegedly, right? I was trying to hit him, but I wasn't successful, Ventura told the court. So she was trying to hit Diddy, and that she told the court. Eventually, Ventura said Combs gave the phone back and took Cassie's car as he left. You know what I mean? So Diddy gave the phone back, but then he took Cassie's car. I guess Diddy was paying for the car. So, yeah, tricky situation, man. Tricky situation. Uh-oh. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The next witness, Mr. Sharay Hayes. Is this the Punisher? Punisher, 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 oh, Punisher, oh, Punisher. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Come on, y'all. Man. The next witness, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the judge, next witness, AUSA, the government calls Mr. Sharay Hayes. Where are you from? Sharay Hayes, Harlem, New York. Diddy was getting them Harlem cats. AUSA, what was your work? Sharay Hayes, male exotic dancer. I was known as the Punisher. Hello, the Punisher's up on the stand. The Punisher, the Punisher. He was an exotic male dancer. AUSA, do you recognize these two? Sheree Hayes, I do. Mr. Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura. I was hired in 2012 to create a sexy erotic scene for them. So basically, the prosecutor is showing Mr. Hayes the photo of Cassie and Cassie and Diddy. The Punisher might get some work out this testimony. There's a lot of freaky people out there, man. AUSA, do you recognize these two? Okay, yeah, let's go. Why were you called the Punisher, Sheree Hayes, playing basketball on West 4th Street? Oh, okay, so it doesn't, according to him, you know what I mean, it has nothing to do with anything sexual, right? Playing basketball on West 4th Street. The prosecutor, the woman who called you, what time did she book you for? Sheree Hayes, midnight at Trump Tower. The Trump Tower got a lot to do. Central Park West, right? Striptease for a small group of friends, right? So he was called. So the woman, what time? He said, the woman who called you, what time did she book you for? Now, notice the prosecution is saying the woman that called you, right? Was it Cassie that called her? Because, you know, this is going to come up in the cross-examination, right? And no, like I said, once again, dude from Harlem, Diddy from Harlem. Let's see how this works out. I'm interested to see how this works out, right? Sheree Hayes, midnight at Trump Tower, Central Park West, striptease for a small group of friends. That was listen, the woman who called him said it was a striptease for a small group of friends, right? Okay. So if it wasn't that, then that was misleading. And whoever called, if it was Cassie, then it was misleading on her part. But everybody gonna say, well, Diddy told her do it. You know what I mean? Right? As if she's not accountable, but let's roll. Let's roll. Boom. Uh-oh. We got the baby oil. It's getting into the baby oil. Once again, we back at that baby oil thing, man. That's when you got there, how did Miss Ventura appear? Sheree Hayes, in a bathroom with nothing in a bathrobe with nothing underneath, and a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one else. She told me her husband wanted to create a sexual scene with baby oil. Ladies and gentlemen, Cassie called the Punisher, Sheree Hayes, to the hotel under false pretenses, ladies and gentlemen, right? And when he got there, all he seen was Cassie in a bathrobe with nothing underneath, a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one else. She said, she told me she and her husband, her and Diddy, was not married. Once again, Cassie was lying, basically saying that she was married to Diddy. Now, most people might say, well, that's not a thing. That ain't a big thing. That's very important. She was claiming to be married to Diddy, to this guy who she never met. She claimed that they were having a striptease for a group of friends when he got there. She said that she told him that her and her husband wanted to create a sexual scene with baby oil. Okay. We know that Diddy, that was Diddy thing. Diddy thing was baby oil. We get that. Yeah, this is some TV shit. Hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the thumbs up, hit the like button, hit the share button. Let them know we up in here. If you listening and you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We very much appreciate you, your time, and all of that. Yeah. This is crazy, right? So Cassie booked them, right? I wonder if Cassie's mother stayed in the courtroom for this. Right? Absolutely. Come on, y'all. Let's go. It's getting interesting. Hey, USA, what did she hand to you, Mr. Sheree? $800. Ladies and gentlemen, pause. Cassie is a co-conspirator in this indictment against Diddy if it's a RICO act, ladies and gentlemen. Number two, this is the second person, the striptease guy, Daniel Phillips. She gave him $3,000. AUSA, what did she hand you, right? Sheree Hayes, $800. Prosecutors, how was the room? Sheree Hayes, dimly lit, electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out. Okay. So Cassie's basically setting the scene, ladies and gentlemen. What do we have here? Cassie, look, don't acknowledge my husband when he come out. Don't look at him. Right? Wow. Wow. Explosion. Boom. You know what I mean? Explosion. Boom. A Trill 88, you ain't got to think that she was setting it up. If we listen to me, man, I want y'all to understand something. If we're listening right now to the guy who got the $800 from her, right? Yeah, it could have been Diddy money. Ladies and gentlemen, if a police officer does an undercover buy, right, and you and two people in the car, right, and you selling the drugs, you in the car with them, and you with them, and or with doing the transaction with them, you're a co-conspirator in that transaction. There ain't no other way to look at it. Like I said, people want to be like, oh, no. This is not how you see it. This is the actual facts, ladies and gentlemen. This is, well, I see it like, it was Diddy money. You know what I mean? It was, no, that's not how it works. That's not how the law works, man. That's not how the law works. I understand, right? The prosecutor, did he come out? Sheree Hayes, yes. He was naked, but I could see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You see only the guy's eyes. So he was wearing like one of those burqa things, right? He said he had a bottle of Astroglide, right? So did he come out, if they really want to get the documentary together, man, look, this is it right here. I know some screenwriter somewhere writing it down, like, So when he come out, did he come out? She said, yes. Sheree Hayes says, yes, he was naked, but I could see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You see only the eyes. He had a bottle of Astroglide. The prosecution, how did you recognize it? Hayes, I use it. The purple top, right? So he uses the Astroglide that Diddy had in his hand when he came out there. He used the same, brand of Astroglide that Diddy used, right? Wow. It's crazy, man. So this is, like I said, this is sensationalized fatigue. Like I said, once again, if we got Cassie giving another escort money, right? We got Cassie telling the guy, look, don't acknowledge my husband, which is not her husband, right? Not to look at him when he came out, right? Dude come in there, he gonna get 800 ones, right? Wow, this is crazy, man. This is crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh man. Oh man, man, man. Man, man, man. Yeah, it is domestic violence. What you think, Iceman? Well, it's not a RICO case. If it's a RICO case with Cassie, then she part of the RICO case. The question is did the government give her a deal too? And they didn't say anything about it. You know what I mean? So I mean, when you think about the big picture, oh, absolutely, it's not a RICO case. Yeah, like you say Cassie has her own money. She was doing shows and appearances, or she at least had opportunities if she wasn't just sitting back on Diddy. Big picture, spot on. Like I said, at the end of the day, nah, you can't. Like I said, we listening to the evidence, man. Like I said, speculation. People can throw in what they want to throw in. Like I said, people free to think what they want to think, right? So. Like I said, so basically right now, what they gonna do is they going on a little lunch break, a little lunch break, right? Basically, the lawyer, the prosecution said, how did it end? Sheree Hayes, she went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. Ladies and gentlemen. Y'all listening to this? She went in the other room with Diddy. I guess when Diddy got excited or whatever from watching doing whatever they was doing, right? She said, how did it end? And she said, Sheree Hayes said, she went into the other room with Diddy, right? When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they were happy, right? She said, I was happy. She gave me more money, more problems, more money, more funny, more problems, right? You said, did you do it again? Sheree Hayes said yes, 8 or 12 more times, ladies and gentlemen. Cassie gave him the money. Man, she was a part of it, man. Come on, stop this, man. What's going on, man? What's going on? Where's the racketeering? Where's all of this? No, this is somebody's personal sex life that they're basically parading in front of the court. I've never seen anything like this, ladies and gentlemen. I've never seen anything like this before. Right? Prosecutors, how did you end up recognizing her? Sheree Hayes, I was a fan of Mr. Combs and followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it. This would be a good place to break. Ladies and gentlemen, this would be a good place to break because guess what? It's not working out. It's not working out. I don't know if the prosecution know. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. The man said that when he came out, let me read that again. AUSA, how did the situation end with the little freak off for the first time, right? Sheree Hayes, she went to the room with him, right? They did what they did. Evidently, Diddy got whatever they were doing in the room. We don't know. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. To finish what? To finish off with her, right? Because evidently Diddy was done. You know what I mean? He said no. He wasn't even tripping. He went, look, listen. So the dude, Sheree Hayes was like, I'm good. No, man, I'm good. I don't want to finish. I'm cool. Basically he asked if they were happy. I was happy. She gave me more money, right? The prosecutor, did you do it again? Sheree Hayes, 8 or 12 times. The prosecution, how did you end up recognizing her? Sheree Hayes, I was a fan of Mr. Combs and I followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what we have here. But what we have here is not what they told us we was going to have. What we have here is not what they told us we was going to have here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, she may have immunity, absolutely, exotic beauty. But like I said, once again, this is not what they told us it was going to be. We have 3 times, well, yeah, 3 times that money exchanged hands, and the money exchanged hands from Cassie. We have 2 times in which Cassie lured the male sex worker or stripper or striptease guy, lured them to the hotel room under false pretenses. Once again, telling this dude, right, whom he basically knew because he said he was friends with Diddy on Instagram, right, who he knew that Diddy wasn't married, right, also, in fact, basically saying that, hey, hold on, you know what? I recognize her because she was on Diddy page. So it's not really working out like you can't, they were doing what they were doing. And guess what? If there was any, you gotta, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the criminal intent involves, or should I say not involves, but more importantly, comes into play when somebody, like they said, they was flying somebody in, right? And paying somebody for sex, right? They say interstate, trafficking or whatever you want to call it. Now, they say 8 or 12 times. So if they're saying, okay, cool, if, say for instance, they were on the West Coast and Sheree was in New York and they flew Sheree out to the West Coast, right? From that perspective. And, they engaged in this. Once again, you can't, the government, and I understand that they can, but the government can't give Cassie immunity if she's complicit in this, all of this. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. We don't want you. We want this person. So we're going to give you immunity, but then the crimes and the things that you alleged to have do, we're going to turn a blind eye to that. We're just going to say that he did it. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Are we serious? Are we serious? That's a dangerous, slippery slope because anybody could do that. Yeah, you was in the car, but she said you did it. You know what I mean? This is not about facts anymore. This is about what somebody wants you to believe happened and what they want to tell you happened and what they did. And that's crazy. She came back out. Sheree basically said she came back out and asked him she asked if I wanted to finish. And he said no. And that goes to show to you, ladies and gentlemen, everybody not pressed like that. No, it wasn't. He said, she said, this dude was in the room with them, right? And she said, basically came out. He said, she said, this is, no, this ain't no Jay Smooth. Ain't no put no free Diddy t-shirt on. Once again, if you want to ignore the evidence of what's being presented, then that's on you. Like I said, like I said, I'm becoming informed as I listen to what goes on because what they have been telling us for so long is that it involved, 8 and 9-year-old girls and guys and all of this thing here. And so now, actually on Twitter, the Punisher is trending, as you can see, right? Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Smooth and anybody else who think they smooth is really not smooth. And the reason why I say that is you want to ignore the evidence and you want someone to be what you want them to be because that's what you see them. Now, you got to be very careful when you take that frame of thought, right? Because there may come a situation, right, that you are faced with that you may be in the same situation and it'll hit you like a ton of bricks, like, oh man, you didn't do anything. Like I said, once again, you can tell how powerful the testimony is by the retweets that you see happening right before your eyes. Nah, he didn't want to go behind. Yo, if he got Diddy excited or because Diddy liked watching that, Cassie testified that he was into voyeurism, right? So he liked watching. Okay, if him watching Cassie and the dude, the Punisher, go at it, got him excited, and then they left the room, went into another room, right? Okay, Diddy, whatever they did when they was in the other room, then she came back, and then she asked him, yo, do you want to finish, right? And he was like, nah. Yo, he got his money. She came out, gave him some more money. Okay, cool, done. I holla. He wasn't tripping on it like that. This was a job for him. This wasn't about, you know what I mean, him being interested in Cassie. You know, see, most people who think along those lines and think with that mindset, right? Because most dudes would have been like, yeah, shoot, that's Cassie. I would have, you know. Nah, he wasn't thinking like that. Like, dude, she gave me my money. I'm out. The prosecution asked, did you do it again? He said about 8 or 12 more times. Right. Okay, cool. Absolutely, Rico L. The Rico L said the government always let people get away with stuff. Murders can be by the witness, and they tell on the boss, and they get no time. Cassie not getting charged with nothing. No, and we understand that. But once again, Cassie not being charged with anything that basically says, well, then what is Diddy guilty of? If in the testimony from the witnesses that the government is bringing in, that Cassie gave him the money. Right? You know what I mean? You know, what happened? What's being said is, yo, Cassie gave me the money. Cassie called me on the phone. Right? Cassie told me it was a strip tease for a couple of friends. He thinking he coming in, you know, do a strip tease for probably some bachelorette party or something. You know what I mean? He coming there and it's under a totally different. So like I said, she was complicit in the lies. And like I said, me personally, man, I don't see anything wrong with what they're doing from that perspective, right? Because they didn't see anything wrong with it. You see what I'm saying? Not that, because I'm not going to judge them for what they felt like they wanted to do with their personal life. You know what I mean? I don't stand and judge. They wanted to do that. That's what they were doing. Like I said, this is now being disseminated to the public, right? So they pushing it out to the public, to the courts, letting everybody, the whole world know what Diddy and Cassie sex life was like. Okay, cool. This is why we're commenting on it, right? But at the end of the day, you know, even the media, like right now on Twitter, you see, as you look up, you see the Punisher is now trending, right? And the Punisher, where he got the name from, was basically playing basketball, he said, in Harlem. You know what I mean? And so it had nothing to do with, a sexual name or whatever. As a matter of fact, we can call him the docile one. Because when Cassie asked him, did he want to finish? He didn't want to punish her. He just wanted his money, and he was up out of there. Nah, I'm good. I holla. You know what I mean? Okay, cool. Now, we don't know about the other 8 to 12 times, like he said, that it happened before, but this is what's going on right now. Well, they didn't let Sammy the Bull walk. Sammy the Bull did a hell of a lot of time in prison. But you're right, they did eventually let him out. You know what I mean? But he did do time in prison, though. He did over 20 years. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're right, Andrea. He did walk. Like I said, but nobody got killed here from this situation that they're talking about right here. As to the Punisher and all of these other people, you know what I mean? You can see why the trial would take, 4 to 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, based on they bringing each and every dude in here that Cassie had delay with, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? And like I said, I really don't see or see a Rico here, man. I see people that was involved with some kinky stuff, and that's just what they wanted to do. That was their cup of tea, and they was drinking it heavily. Yeah, like I said, they want to give them the mandatory minimum. I mean, like I said, my thing is, I think they wanted to, when they first started the trial, remember they offered a plea deal, right? I think they thought that Diddy might be embarrassed. But like I said, if you're going to be embarrassed, there's a chance that on appeal, he could get this conviction overturned. You know what I mean? Based on the evidence and what's being purported to us. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You mean Diddy and them hustle hard? Diddy and them wasn't receiving no money? Right, exactly. And so my thing is, Cassie was paying out the money. So, like I said, interstate drug trafficking for the, not drug trafficking, interstate sex trafficking or whatever. Like, I understand what they're trying to say for the, what's the name of sex? Like, he was doing striptease, as far as, was concerned. She was like, yo, do you want to finish? He was like, nah, I didn't want to finish. If they were happy, I was happy. You know what I mean? He wasn't even tripping, man. Like I said, how they made it seem, the Punisher and all of this, that, and the other, man, the sensationalism is just garbage, bro. It's garbage, man. It's garbage. So like I said, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Yo, we're gonna take a lunch break and we're gonna be back with you pronto bravo. All right? Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. We back. We are back in action. Let's go. We are back. The United States government is on direct with the Punisher, real name Sheree Hayes, and the question is, how were these sessions scheduled, ladies and gentlemen? How were these sessions scheduled? Sheree Hayes, I'd be reached out to at 5 or 7 p.m. or later. They'd ask for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more. Prosecutors, how would it start? Sheree Hayes, baby oil, a sexy atmosphere. Mr. Combs would direct. Hello. How did the direction work? Sheree Hayes. Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, or move the camera, or what would happen sexually. You know, one time during sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this shit. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So, yeah, so Diddy a real freak, man. Yeah, Diddy say, I like this shit, right? So how would that's crazy right there. He said the prosecutor asked, how did the direction work? Sheree Hayes, Mr. Combs might say sit forward, move the camera, or what would happen sexually, right? You know, one time during sex he dropped a stack of money and said, I like this shit, right? Let's get them likes up, man. Hit the thumbs up button. Share the channel. We need them up in here, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. See, it's like, what? The prosecutor, how much baby oil did you use? Sheree Hayes, a lot. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible. The prosecutor, how long would they last? Sheree Hayes, 4 hours. A lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot, right? So when, like I said, you know, when they basically talk about the freak offs or whatever, like he said, there's a lot of waiting. I guess, you know, Diddy, his preference or whatever, and however, like I said, you know, yeah, Cassie, you know, you got 2-star the show. You got Quentin Diddy Dino, not Quentin Tarantino, but Quentin Diddy Dino. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's crazy. Diddy throwing up stacks of money. We waiting on the update, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, subscribe to the channel if you have not already. I appreciate you guys. We back up to 101 people up in here. Come on, y'all. Let's get them up in here, man. Tell them we over here straight gang doing it straight. Straight, no chaser, man. No lames, but just straight gang, man. I can't wait for the cross-examination of this, man. This is, I can't wait for the cross-examination, man. The cross-examination is going to be epic. You know, I wonder what it feels like to be Puffy sitting there looking at, I don't know if he's seen dude, you know, just on a regular time or whatever. You know what I mean? But just to be looking at him from, you know, the table of a defendant in a criminal case. You know what I mean? After all of the nights and the candle lit and all of that stuff, you know what I mean? All of a sudden it's daytime, New York City, the federal court building. And, you know, you looking across while the dude on the stand and you sitting there as the defendant in this case. It's got to be a crazy feeling, man. Like, dude, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like a total 360, you know? When you think about the big picture, right? Yeah, and like I said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, the Combs' defense team is basically denying the fact that that he demanded $20,000 from his ex-girlfriend Cassie's mother, but the lawyers argue exchange wasn't relevant. Regina Ventura. So basically, yeah, they, you know, once again trying to paint a picture that really didn't get developed or wasn't that. Regina Ventura did wire the money to Combs, but it was returned shortly thereafter. No money ever left Ventura's possession and on an ongoing basis, right? Defense attorney Mark Anofalo said, adding that the anecdote introduces confusion without a great deal of purpose, right? And so, which is, well, once again, that's grounds for an appeal, right? See, when the prosecution makes mistakes like that and they trying to allude to things that didn't happen in order to get a conviction, see, they want to win at all costs. It doesn't matter. Sean Combs is sitting directly to Anofalo's left at the defense table in a blue sweater and white collar shirt with his legs crossed and his hands over his lap. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Like I said, to allude to something that didn't actually happen, from that perspective, when you think about the big picture, it's like, you know, I wired the money, but no money got, you know, right? United States Attorney. Then what? Sheree Harris says she would leave with Mr. Combs 10 or 15 minutes. She'd return in the bathroom and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash, right? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we got Cassie Ventura coming back, bringing out the money. Diddy threw a stack of money. I don't know if the stack of money was that old boy, you know what I mean? And, you know, from that perspective, when he said that he threw the stack of money, but the prosecutor said then what would happen, right? You know, said a lot of waiting going on, 40 minutes or whatever. And then the prosecutor says, then what? Sheree Harris says she would leave with Mr. Combs 10 or 15 minutes. She'd return in the bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash. Prosecutors, did you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? Combs, Xavier Donaldson, objection, sustained, right? Wow. That was a great objection, right? Because what they were trying to basically get him to say, or if they wanted to, they tried to coax him to say it, was, nah, she wasn't enjoying herself. She was blah, da, 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 da. But, you know, the sad part about this is that when the prosecution asks a question like that, to basically try to assert or impute something different than what the testimony alluded to earlier, when they asked her, well, you know, I got a call from a woman telling me to come to the hotel. Basically, she would return in a bathrobe, and she'd return in the bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash, right? And the question: do you think Mr. Ventura was enjoying herself? Combs, Xavier Donaldson, objection, sustained. Wow. Appreciate you, Verizon. Trill 88, Ken, Brandon Carter, Poe the Great, Trill 88, Sticky, Jack Jones, Eric Davenport, Reek Gotti, Black Cash Dreams, Mark Jag. Now that was clickbait, man. See what I mean? See how people try to and will say anything, man. This ain't got nothing to do with no Usher, man. This ain't got nothing to do with no Usher from what I understand. Like I said, I don't know who's on the witness list from that perspective, but like I said, when people do stuff like that, it kind of takes you away from what's really real and what's really going on. We moving on, ladies and gentlemen. It's popping. Sheree Hayes up in the courtroom, right? She asked the prosecution, did you use drugs, Sheree Hayes? I'm not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint, right? He said he smoked, but he didn't inhale. Prosecutors, did you have performance issues? Sheree Hayes. Having the woman's partner there, yes. So he could, I guess he couldn't get it up sometimes, like, you know, having Diddy there and feeling like he was under pressure, right? United States Attorney, did the issues affect your pay? Objection. So basically they asking him now, did he use drugs? He said, you know, I'm not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint. Prosecutor, did you have performance issues? Sheree Hayes, having the woman's partner there? Yes. AUSA, did the issues affect your pay? Objection. So they didn't get a chance to answer that. I want to see what the judge said. Does he overrule it? Does he overrule it? Or does he sustain it? Yeah, like I said, salute to DJ Crazy K. Like I said, I mean, once again, we understand what the domestic violence aspect of it. I'm just looking for the criminal element. As of right now, the only person that's handed off any money to anybody is Cassie. You know what I mean? And if they're basically saying, well, it was all at the direction of Sean Combs, right? And it was all cash, so they don't even have any kind of And remember, they alluded to in the indictment. They alluded to the fact that it was assistants and people like that paying these sexual workers and all of those things, because it was alluded to in Little Rod's lawsuit, right? That assistants would go get cash, thousands of dollars in cash, and give it to these alleged sex workers and things like that. So far, the only person that's been dispersing any kind of cash is Cassidy. Cassidy. I'm gonna call it. They call it Cassidy. Cassidy Ventura. You know what I mean? Not Cassidy, but Cassidy, because she dispelled out a lot of cash. Like I said, whether it was Diddy's money or not, we don't know. We can speculate and assume, but at the end of the day, we don't know. Like I said, but all of that Cassidy giving out, you know what I mean? She giving out a lot of cash around there, man. $1,200 to $2,000. $1,200 to $2,000 a stroke, man. The guy said, the guy Sheree Hayes said he had his performance issues, based on the fact that, that Diddy was there. Like, you know what I mean? Judge overruled. So the judge overruled that objection that was just launched by the defense. Judge overruled. Sheree Hayes, I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. Prosecution. What happened? Sheree Hayes, they went out. I finished. He came back and thanked me for privacy. Right. He said, Sheree Hayes, they went out, I finished, she came back and thanked me for privacy. Right? Yeah, so for whatever that means, I don't really understand what that means right there. The judge overruled. Sheree Hayes, I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. The prosecution, what happened? Sheree Hayes, they went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy. Yeah, so whatever that means, I don't really understand where they going with that. Like I said, once again, they thank me for privacy or whatever that is. Right? The prosecutor, what did you think would happen next? Sheree Hayes, I was worried I would not be used again, right? I hadn't done my job. He said, I want to see you fuck her. And I couldn't. Hello, Diddy. Diddy told him, Diddy told him, I want to see you fuck her. And I couldn't. The prosecution, are you writing a book? Sheree Hayes, yes. Self-help about my ED. It's advice. Wow. Dude's coming up. Look, you think his book gonna be a bestseller? He say he writing a book about erectile dysfunction, right? Prosecutor said, what did you think would happen next? Sheree Hayes, I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He had said Diddy told him, I want to see you fuck her. And I couldn't. AUSA, are you writing a book? Sheree Hayes, yes, a self-help about ED. It's advice. Okay. Wow. Wild shit, man. Some wild stuff, man. This is some wild shit, man. I don't know. I don't know. He said the Punisher's a well-known stripper. Yeah, that's what he said. But he said he got the Punisher name from off the basketball court, not from the bedroom. He said the book should be called The Diddy Effect. He said the book should be called The Diddy Effect. Let me see. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, we rocking, man. We rocking, man. He said, AUSA, in your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura? Yes. So it's not about Edie. Come on, man. Stop it, man. He said, come on, man. You're looking for a payday, man. It's all good, man. Be honest, right? In your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura? Sheree Hayes, yes. I call them a married, wealthy couple, right? Prosecutors, how long is it? Sheree Hayes, 6 pages out of 186 pages. I sensationalized it. So basically, it's not all true, right? I wanted it to be enjoyable, highs and lows. So it's fiction. It's not the book is fiction, player. You pumping out that fiction, man. You know what I mean? He pumping out that fiction, man. He writing the book, man. He trying to, get it in. But look, since he testifying in this trial right now, he can change. He don't have to hide the names no more. Now we know what it is when it come out. His book. He basically Simon and Schuster, a Random House. Like I said, they're gonna be on deck. For what's going on with that, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, I was telling people about this book right here. This book right here. You got to go get this, man. This book right here. You see it. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. By the author Donald Richardson. No relation, ladies and gentlemen. You got to get this. Exclusive stories about Tupac when he was at Rikers Island. And this guy right here, as you see on the front cover right here, you see Donald Richardson, him and Tupac standing in front of the bars in Rikers Island. He talk about the pictures, how everything came about, everything, ladies and gentlemen. You got to go get this book, man. This is a very interesting book. This is one of the best Tupac books that I've read. You know what I mean? Real talk, real stories, and exclusive information, stuff I didn't know. We also talk about Puff and the Quad City, Quad Studio shooting, a little bit more detail that I didn't know about. So check that out, man, when y'all get a chance, man. Okay, here we go. AUSA, no further questions. That was lackluster, man. So the judge, Mr. Donaldson comes in. Combs, Xavier Donaldson. I'll try to make this as harmless as possible. Diddy's defense attorney says, congratulations on your book. What's it called? Sheree Hayes, In Search of Freezer Meat. Dude, the dude said his book is titled In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that, right? Donaldson says, a good title, right? In Search of Freezer Meat. My God. What in the hell is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Hey, people rushing out there to look for that book. I don't know, man. I don't know. I thought he had a bestseller on his hand. If he had a better title than that, like I said, you know, he might stand a chance, man. The book is entitled "In Search of Freezer Meat," ladies and gentlemen. In Search of Freezer Meat, ladies. Like, man, look. Like I said, get them thumbs up, man. Subscribe to the channel. It's crazy, man. He said "In Search of Freezer Meat," dude. I can't believe the book is titled that, man. I can't believe it. He said that the book title is titled "In Search of Freezer Meat." Wow. Man. Here we go. We're moving on, ladies and gentlemen. In Search of Freezer Meat. What the hell? Combs attorney, Mr. Donaldson, you have a website? Sheree Hayes, yes. Now I'm a co-owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors. So basically, he's pimping. He's pimping the male dancers out, ladies and gentlemen. He said basically, you have a website, right? Now I'm a co-owner of the male dance thing, right? Or whatever you want to call it. Male strippers or whatever. All the male dancers are independent contractors. Donaldson, you have been doing this for 25 years. Sheree Hayes, 30 years. Coming up on the big anniversary. Okay. Combs Donaldson, you dance with them? Asking, does he dance with the dance with the guys from now on there? I guess whatever. Sheree Hayes, a professional dry hump. That shit is funny, dude. That shit is funny. He said, do you dance with the guys that he said he's a co-owner of the business now, and all of the dancers are independent contractors? And Diddy's attorney is asking him, do you dance with them? And he says, a professional dry hump. Donaldson, for 30 years, thousands of ladies. You try not to develop feelings for them, right? Sheree Hayes, you try not to. It's a job. Donaldson, but you talk with Cassie. You know, basically answer cordial, right? I don't know where they going at with this one, right? I don't know where they going at with this one, man. Cordial, okay. Was it a little more than what they were alluding to? Let's see what the defense got. Because Diddy might know something that don't nobody else know, and got information in regards to that. Let's see what's going on up in the going zone, man. Cordial, okay, cool. Let's rock. Donaldson, Combs attorney, you asked to be able, she asked to be able to call you, right? Sheree Hayes, just to set up the sessions. Just to set the sessions up. So, okay, what they're developing now, she asked to be able to call you, not the other way around, right? Sheree Hayes, just to set the sessions up. We were never asked to talk. Donaldson, she was comfortable with you. Sheree Hayes, she and Sean, I don't know if he was saying Sean, but yeah, she said so. No, I'm sorry, my bad. She said so. Donaldson, you had feelings for her. Sheree Hayes, incorrect. Okay. Oh, hey, man. Sometimes she might talk to the dude on the phone and Diddy might be listening. That might be part of his, his get off, man. Right? Donaldson said you asked to be able to, she asked to be able to call you. Sheree Hayes, just to set sessions up. We would never ask to talk. Donaldson, she was comfortable with you. Sheree, she said so. Donaldson, you had feelings for her. Sheree Hayes, incorrect. I don't know where they're going with this. Sheree Hayes better have his A game right. Cassie and Diddy did a lot of pillow talking. Right? Uh-oh. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Donaldson, but you thought she was only doing this with you. Sheree Hayes, this is correct, right? So he thought that, Cassie was only doing that with him. You thought that she was only doing that with you. Sheree Hayes, that is correct. She said it was a special occasion. Oh, God, she said it was a special occasion. Okay, so Cassie was loving it. She didn't hate it. It wasn't nothing that was going on that she disliked, right? Donaldson, you did develop feelings for her. Sheree Hayes, that's not correct. Donaldson, you told the government. Uh-oh, what they got, man? What they got, man? See, one minute they telling the government something, then they get up on the stand, man, and they start to fold. They get up on the stand, and you can't get up on the stand and start to fold, man. So the Punisher thought that he was the only one punishing Cassie. Now, in understanding that he wasn't the only one punishing Cassie, he comes to find this out now and what's going on, right? Donaldson, but you thought she was only doing this with you. Sheree Hayes, that is correct. She said it was a special occasion. Donaldson, you did develop feelings for her. Sheree Hayes, this is not correct. That's not correct. Donaldson, you told the government. What did he tell the government? Let's see what he told the government, ladies and gentlemen. What did he tell the government, man? Because they be telling the government one thing, and then they tell the public something else, man. The inconsistencies in stories are appalling, man. Man, this is crazy. Yes, Lord. What is going on with the goings on, man? What is goings on with the goings on? Got a big anniversary coming up with the strippers. Man. What did he tell the government, y'all? Here it is. What did he tell the government? You told the government, Donaldson, the government notes say you developed feelings for her. Sheree Hayes, that may have been taken out of context. Donaldson, you use your 25 years experience. Sheree Hayes, this was a different scene. Usually I aim for humor. Oh, man, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Wow. This is crazy. What are they talking about? What are they talking about? He said, usually I use it for my humor. Good humor ice cream truck. You best believe that the defense team is going somewhere. I told y'all, man, when you coming up and they're doing their work extensively, right? But he said the government notes you say you develop feelings for her, Sheree Hayes. That may have been taken out of context. Donaldson, you use your 25 years experience. Sheree Hayes, this was a different scene. Usually I aim for humor. Okay. Uh-oh. Got an objection, y'all. Got an objection. Must be hitting on something, man. Donaldson, you wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct? Sheree Hayes, yes, it is important to read the room. Donaldson, so you read the room with Cassie and she wanted objection, sustained, right? Wow, I don't know what they were going at with that. Let's see if the lawyer tries to redirect that question in a I guess more a better manner than he was trying to before he got that objection, before the judge sustained that objection. Let's see. Say you wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct? He said, yes, it is important to read the room. Donaldson, so you read the room with Cassie and she wanted. Wow. This is crazy, man. So that's what you get for jumping on the bed. They talking about dry humping. This is explicit sex class 101 in the courtroom. You know what I mean? People talking about erectile dysfunction, having performance issues, under pressure. You know what I mean? All of these things, man. The last objection was sustained, ladies and gentlemen. Rewind, y'all, get y'all up on it right here. Yeah, the last objection was sustained. Talking about dry humping, dude. Hit the like button, man. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. Yeah, hey, hey, Natalie, yeah, it is funny, right? Gerald Pipe was wild, was good. Exotic Beauty was happening. Black Cash Dreams. Nandy J, Tro 88. Who's that? Bro D, Sticky. Phil White, what's good? Crazy. Back to business, man. So we still working on the sustain. What's the name? So check it out. Basically, under cross-examination by attorney Xavier Donaldson, Sheree Hayes, 51, said he began his exotic dancing career on Labor Day weekend in 1995. I'm coming up on the big anniversary. He said, this is a little bit more detail. Like I said, that given up. He said he has danced for hundreds of thousands of ladies over the past 30 years, including lap dances, rubbing, and professional dry humps. This shit funny, dude. He said lap dances and professional dry humps. Donaldson appeared to understand that latter term. So Hayes repeated it several times, right? Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Wow. So we still at the sustain. They still there, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. They getting down to the business though. I just the terminology being used, like dry hunts, like if you're not in that world, in the stripper world or exotic dancer world, you wouldn't really be privy to what they're talking about as far as the terminologies that they use, right? And so yeah. Say Hayes basically testified. Hayes testified he didn't sense discomfort from Ventura, right? So under cross examination from the defense, male escort Sheree Hayes was asked if Cassie ever appeared uncomfortable during their hotel encounters. He said, "I did not get any cues that there was any discomfort with what was going on." Hayes responded. Hayes said that as an experienced exotic dancer, he always reads the room to make sure people he's performing on are comfortable. You know what I mean? And so, I guess he said that when he was doing what he was doing with Cassie, that she appeared to be comfortable. She didn't seem to be uncomfortable from that perspective. Just from what he's saying. Like I said, once again, when we doing this, right? I like to just look at what the people are saying that are testifying and leave it at that. Like I said, I wasn't in the room, you wasn't in the room, none of us was in the room. All we doing is basically listening to what was being done and said, and this is what it is. Like it or don't like it. Like I said, we didn't ask for this. They gave it to us. So Mr. Hayes said that he didn't see that anything that Cassie may have deemed that was uncomfortable, or she didn't appear to be uncomfortable, or what was going on at that particular time, if you will. So this is what it is. And like I said, this is the reason why I like not the revisionist aspect of what they're trying to offer, right? But more importantly, the text during the time of what was going on at that particular time, right? I think that's very, very important, so as to not mislead anybody, right? So basically, Diddy wore a veil, right? Here we go. Mr. Donaldson asks Mr. Hayes. Mr. Combs requests that you penetrate, right? Sheree Hayes. It was a demand, a strong suggestion. Donaldson. Cassie paid you when you. He said. Donaldson says. Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right? Sheree Hayes. Yes. $500. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have Cassie paying the money. So he's basically saying, Combs, Combs requests that you penetrate Miss Ventura, right? Sheree Hayes. It was a demand, a strong suggestion, right? Donaldson. Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right? Sheree Hayes. Yes, $500. Wow. So he got paid even when he didn't perform, Playboy. Cassie was a very generous customer, if you will. Also, how I say dry hump is what your dog do on your couch. Wasting time. Everyone just humping around. Exotic Beauty. Hey, Delray. Hey, Exotic Beauty. What's happening? Good stuff. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Like I said, I'm happy to share this with you, man. I'm glad I'm blessed that y'all here. Hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button, hit the share button. You know what I mean? And yeah, we're gonna proceed. Absolutely. Okay, we back up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Here we go now. So it says he got paid $500. Mr. Donaldson, Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book. Sheree Hayes, thank you. Judge, redirect, AUSA. What made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? Sheree Hayes, it was the first time unprotected. Ooh, guess what? He took off the rubber. Oh, brother, he took off the rubber. Prosecution, without the details, Donaldson. Objection, right? So look, so now the prosecution don't want to hear that. So he went raw dog and Cassie, basically. Ooh, Mr. G, look what this stripper done to her, man. Ooh, man. What's going on in the real world? Wow, man, it's got testy up in there, and then someone running in that courtroom around there, huh? Overruled. Objection, Your Honor. Objection. Yeah, they still objected, man. They objecting to everything, man. Yeah. It was her first time unprotected, ladies and gentlemen. Look, we getting a lot of details. Like I said, it seems that the prosecution really don't want certain things to be heard. And so when he's explaining that Cassie enjoyed it because it was her first time unprotected, that evidently she really liked him and what she was feeling and dealing with it. The Donaldson, objection basically said, AUSA without the details, right? Donaldson objected, right, to what the prosecution was going to say from that perspective, So, yeah, I mean, I like I said, it's hard to really, pinpoint. My problem is, it's like, okay, they're bringing all of these exotic dancers and people up, on the stand. They're really not laying out any. How is it that they're laying out a RICO case? I mean, this guy's testifying right here, right now, that that Cassie enjoyed it, as he testified to under cross-examination. He's saying that Cassie enjoyed it. Donaldson says, well, Mr. Combs' request was that you penetrate. All right, Sherrod Hayes. It was a demand, a strong suggestion. Donaldson, Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right? Sherrod Hayes, $500. So he even got paid even when he didn't, when they canceled or she canceled or whatever, right? Donaldson, Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book. Sherrod Hayes, thank you. Judge, redirect. USA, basically the prosecution say, what made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? Sherrod Hayes, it was the first time unprotected. AUSA, without details. Donaldson, objection, right? Now, the prosecution, I think, was asking Sherrod Hayes to, without the details, right? What made you think? And then she's basically telling him, without the details, but, what's the name? The judge, hold on. Right, she objected, like right here. Sherrod of the Punisher Hayes still on the stand. Here's a sketch of him graciously gifted to Inner City Press by court artist Elizabeth Williams. Shout out to Inner City Press and Elizabeth Williams. Like I said, once again, gavel to gavel, you call it gavel to gavel coverage. Absolutely. And shout out to Inner City Press. That was that. I mean, mine is, other than the, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. So AUSA, no further questions. Judge, anything, Mr. Donaldson? Mr. Donaldson, what do you mean? He asking Sherrod Hayes in another cross. Donaldson asks, what do you mean by steaming? Sherrod Hayes, I felt it was enjoyable for Mrs. Ventura and Mr. Combs. Okay. Boom, explosion. I mean, she liked it, he liked it. They liked it, they was riding, they were doing the thing, man. It's okay, man. Like I said, they love each other, love one another, care for each other. I mean, holding hands and kicking cans, you know what I mean? The Punisher in the building, you know what I mean? Yeah. This is what it was. So we're going to see, I think the only, and like I said, this is really, I wouldn't say it's, it lacks excitement from the perspective of what they intend. Like you bringing on like, the Punisher, every time that we've heard so far, Cassie was the one paying these guys, right? Once again, like I said, now whether Cassie was doing this because she loved Diddy and she cared for him, and she wanted to give him what he wanted, because, like I said, the dude Sherrod Hayes basically testified that he would kick it off. Then Cassie and Diddy would go in the other room, and then they would do whatever they do. She would come back out, and one time she came back out. She had asked him asked the Punisher, Shara Hayes, did you want to finish? He was like, nah. So this was something that both of them were into from that perspective, right? I think, for all intents and purposes, Diddy was, I guess that was his thing, man. That was his thing. Yeah, they basically saying, hey, you know what? No further questions, Your Honor. Uh-oh, they got somebody else? The David James sketch when he came on the stand. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what they call up and what they got here next, man. We still got a lot of time. 12, 1, 2, 2:30 on the East Coast. Let's see what we got, man. Who they calling next, man? Who they calling next? Yeah, I don't. Like I said, they got what's that was? They done with James. Then they did Mr. Hayes. Then they did Cassie's mom. I think to see, like I said, you never know how long the trial's gonna last. They move them a little bit faster. Let's see who they call next. Also, in a dozen or so sexual performances, Hayes never had the sense that Cassie was uncomfortable with it all. He testified. The sex worker agreed with the defense attorney, Xavier Donaldson, leading questions that Cassie wasn't in any discomfort while performing in front of Combs. It seemed like it was consensual as far as I was concerned. Boom, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the male exotic dancer, right? Sheree Hayes, basically, because I'm like it's a lot of stuff that they not letting out, the most important stuff in the city press is basically, pushing. But more importantly, Shara Hayes said, and this is a quote, "It seemed like it was consensual as far as I was concerned," Hayes said, agreeing with Donaldson's description of Combs as the director of the scene, right? It was consensual. The guy who was there being with Cassie, in which Cassie paid the money to, basically testified on the stand that it seems like it was consensual as far as I was concerned, Hayes said, agreeing with Donaldson's description of Combs as a director of the scenes. Powerful, ladies and gentlemen, powerful, right? This debunks everything that the prosecution has been trying to point at up until this point. Absolutely. You can't want it to be something that is not because that's just what you want it to be. Huh? There it is. Huh? Queen for life? Absolutely. Absolutely. Kathy Rose? She said this is how STDs are spread. Absolutely, Cassie Rose. I would not disagree with you not one bit when you said that. I agree. That is how the situation. You know, the cold part about it, like I said, Ashley, Cashin, I honestly, sir, don't know if Kirk Burrows will, sir, be testifying in the now trial, or will just be waiting for Keefe's trial. But I honestly hope pray that Kirk testifies. Like I said, it's a possibility that he could testify. Like I said, I think, you know, for all intents and purposes, the things that we've heard Kirk Burrows say, right, in his civil lawsuit, I think it would be, it would appear to be detrimental to Diddy, if you will, from that perspective, if you know what I mean. But like I said, as of right now, I don't know. We're gonna see who else they got coming up. You know what I mean, to testify. I mean, like I said, Mr. Hayes' testimony didn't bode well for the prosecution. They're calling all of these people that are not turning up any real hard evidence, you know, from that perspective, right? They're not turning up anything, you know. So once again, in this thing that we're doing called it's not working. So far, I don't see racketeering. I don't see sex trafficking. I don't see any of those things. Like I said, the only person that they've testified thus far that has paid anybody or the transfer of any kind of money is from Cassie to these sex workers, if you will. Iceman, what's a lie, Iceman? What they lying about, Iceman? Tell us, man. He said, "No, you like I said, you got to be able to afford a freak like Cassie Ventura. You got to have Diddy money. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Yeah, do a little something strange for some change, man. You know what I'm saying? Or for a lifestyle, you know? Diddy provided her a whole lifestyle. But let's be clear. You know, when I said that, I was being facetious. But let's be clear. Cassie and Diddy were an item, man. You know what I mean? He represented her. They were boyfriend and girlfriend. They were together for 11 years. So you know, you can't shake a stick at that. Like I said, what I feel like is on display here is their personal sex life, and which I think shouldn't be on display, but yet it is. So, I mean, with that being said, hey, what can we say, right? You know, the Punisher was basically tweeting, or should I say trending, until it wasn't. You know what I mean? It wasn't. And like I said, a lot of people that are watching this, they're sitting back like, what the hell is going on, man? What did the United States government do, right? Also, in this situation, we go back, what he says, okay, the U.S. versus Sean Combs, week 2 begins. The judge ruling on the scope of Dawn Rich's testimony. All of those things, like I said, they still haven't come back with anything as of yet. We're waiting to see who the next person is that's going to be testifying. Okay, government's next witness. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Judge, the next government witness. The government calls Special Agent Gerard Gannon. USA. Where do you work, Gannon? HSI. This is not a good case, ladies and gentlemen. That's it? They calling HSI workers now? What? Government worker. HSI, Miami, and the National Security Group, right? In March 2024, Agent Cannon, the HSI, Human Trafficking Group, Sex and Labor in Miami. Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got to see what the HSI agent says. Yeah, absolutely. That was a lifestyle. You're right about that. Another thing asked in a brief redirect, Hayes was asked more about Cassie's time during their sex scenes with Combs. Prosecutor Meredith Foster asked about one time Cassie appeared to enjoy herself, but asked Hayes about the other times where she would apparently wince and sigh. Foster asked whether Cassie focus was on Combs. Hayes said that there was a consistent awareness to Combs and his perception and his desires of the moment. Hayes then left the witness stand. So, okay. I mean, yeah, we understand that. That's nothing new. There's nothing surprising about that. That's what they was doing it for. I mean, you know, for the betterment and pleasurement of each other, you know, from that perspective. Yeah, they got the HSI agent on the stand now, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, the only videos that they have that we were aware of are the videos that they got from Cassie. So the question that I'm asking right now is the HSI agent. I mean, you know, what could he possibly lend, you know, other than having testifying about some kind of evidence that we haven't heard about as of yet, right? But I guess we got to wait and see. Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting. See, most people logged on. They was thinking that old boy was gonna give us something good. But like I said, he basically said Cassie enjoyed it. Diddy directed the scenes. Cassie paid him the money. Cassie even paid him money when he when she canceled. She gave him $500 when he canceled. No, he's a special agent, man. He's not Diddy security, bro. He's a special agent that works for the government. Human services, human trafficking for the government in the Miami sex labor division. Yeah, I don't think that, like I said, I can't really see, you know, personally what he would have to, you know, offer up. I mean, they said Cassie was the one who had all the tapes, who supplied the prosecution with all the tapes. And the fact that they didn't show none of the tapes speaks volumes to me. Like I said, you know, if Mr. Hayes saying that he thought the case everything was consensual from that perspective, and then you got Daniel Phillips, right? That's two people. I mean, you would think that, hey, they coming with something. Cassie mom, she basically testified. It seems like the government's case is very weak, man. It's very weak. Like I said, but we're still waiting to see what the right. Now, they're talking about the search of Diddy's Miami residence now. Please don't tell us about you found baby oil, man. We already know about that. The prosecution. What time did the search begin? Agent Gannon. 3 p.m. Prosecution. Why so late? Agent Gannon. We learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country. Prosecution. Was there a pier on the property on Star Island? Agent Gannon. Yes, we had to monitor it. Okay. We had to monitor it. So this is one of the agents that raided Diddy's house on Star Island in Miami. And yeah, we're gonna get to see what he has to say in regards to any evidence or anything that they found that may have been incriminating, right? Well, yeah, like you say, a queen for life. Well, you know, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to say that anybody planted anything. Like I said, I mean, in that case, you know, yeah, it would be hard. Like I said, they said that they understood that Diddy was leaving the country, so they knew he was leaving the country, right? So whatever that means at this particular time, like I said, we are hoping that there's something that can be revealed to us that is captivating, right? As of right now, it is very, very lackluster. It lacks the excitement that the government, that the media sold us. You have to understand, the media helped sell this too, man. They helped sell. Sean Diddy Combs going on trial. He faces potential life in prison. Blah, 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 blah. Watch. You got to watch. You got to look. You know, stay with us for the updates and all of this old craziness, right? And so far, all we've heard about is sex between consenting adults, right? And them having someone else participate in their activity in their bedroom. What does the hotel video show, Iceman? Yeah, absolutely, Mo Better. Mo Better says not one sex worker has stated that they believe she was there against her will. It's real sex trafficking out here. This case is bogus, man. Yeah, absolutely, man. It is real sex trafficking out here, man. You know what I mean? And for them to bring this, like I said, once again, you can only, you know, I wouldn't even say speculate. And so, like I said, we're still waiting on what the Agent Gannon has to say in regards to what he allegedly witnessed or what they found at Diddy's house, if you will, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the government. So, okay. Come on, man. What are they talking about, man? It seems like, you know what it seems like? You know the funny part about a lot of this? It seems like a lot of these YouTubers, right? Like, you know, the guy, Sheree Hayes, testifies more about whether Cassie enjoyed herself, right? It's like people are being disappointed by the truth. You know what I mean? Like, because they expect it to be, you know, very detrimental to P. Diddy or whatever. Like, I can understand the anticipation of that, right? But it seems like it disappoints them when it's not something that they want to hear. And what they don't understand first and foremost is this is not about you. This is about somebody being on trial for their life, right? You know, whatever personal issues, you know, people have to work out with themselves, whether they haven't been as successful as they might have wanted to be, or maybe, you know, they haven't done all of the things or completed and, you know, accomplished the goals that they wish to accomplish. I think that they should do that. I really do. Like I said, once again, you can't, somebody else's downfall because you don't think that they should be who they are, whatever, does not mean that you will be elevated to success. Wishing or hoping on their downfall, like I said, once again, the facts are going to get laid out as they get laid out. And, with that being said, that's just what that is. I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, at the end of the day, what is actually going on and what do they actually have as evidence? Right. Kathy Rose says, if I was the judge, I would drag Cassie back to the courthouse. I pretty much would not care if she went into labor while in court because she was the one who brought this whole case forward. No, Kathy Rose. No, she didn't bring her civil case, yeah. But the government brought this case forward. You know what I mean? And they basically used Cassie as the catalyst to be able to corroborate what was in that civil case, trying to make it into a criminal issue. Right? So, that's what I see, from that perspective. Marcus Mitchell said, this is so bogus, so sad. No evidence to convict them. Life for being freaky is crazy. Right. It's like the freaky black guy, the Mandingo complex. Like, he needed all of this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Yeah, they sensationalized trillion of Judah said they sensationalized the whole situation. And now that we're getting to hear the facts, it's clear they were overzealous. Absolutely. The prosecution did that. Right. Kathy Rose, right. Because of her civil suit. Absolutely. Gerald Pipers, yes. This case was sold by the media. Yeah, it was sold by the media. Man, they sold us a bag of goods, man. We still waiting for the testimony from the agent. They still ain't that. What's going on? Evidently, inner city press is not reporting on anything. They're not really saying anything. So you can surmise the fact that there's nothing really being said. Right? Yeah, no change. Like I said, there's no change of pace. Ain't no change of pace in this. This is crazy. I think that's why Diddy just sitting there with his legs crossed, with his hands over his legs, right? This is very critical right here. What I'm gonna read to you, right? Diddy's lawyer, and what they didn't promote or push, Diddy's lawyers asked Sheree Hayes if the websites Hunkomania and do prostitution. Hayes said no. Donaldson then asked if Hayes does prostitution. He told Diddy's lawyers no. Again, Donaldson asked if Hayes was doing anything to Cassie that she didn't want. Hayes replied no. He claimed it was consensual. The scenario I was there to create was going well, he said during cross-examination. Donaldson asked Hayes if it was safe to say that Combs was the director and Cassie and Hayes were the actors. Hayes agreed. Point blank, period. More importantly, Hayes said he does not do prostitution. They were creating scenes. Like I said, he says he's an exotic dancer, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it again. The government's case has just exploded in their face, man. Donaldson asked Hayes if Hunkomania and GetPunished.com do prostitution. Hayes said no. Donaldson then asked if Hayes does prostitution. He told Diddy's lawyers no. Right? Again, Donaldson asked if Hayes was doing anything to Cassie that she didn't want. Hayes replied no. He claimed it was consensual. The scenario I was there to create was going well, he said during cross-examination. Donaldson asked Hayes if it was safe to say that Combs was the director and Cassie and Hayes were the actors. And Hayes agreed. Point blank period, ladies and gentlemen. Why are we here? Ladies and gentlemen, we like I said, understanding so, like I said, you can tell, I think the government, felt like their case wasn't as strong when they offered Diddy a plea. Like, are you sure you want to go through with this? You know what I mean? Like, why not? He been in jail for how long? So with that situation of him being in jail, yeah. Amazing. Yeah. A lot of them are angry, man. Like I said, once again, it's simply not going as they sold it, man. They sold this, boy. Whew. This was one of them. This was one of them must-see tickets. Diddy on trial. You know what I mean? A lot of times, man, this is for the media, right? This is how they eat. This is how they make money. You know what I mean? The mainstream media. No, Cassie could get a new boyfriend. Diddy told her. She even testified to that in trial. Iceman, what you talking about? Iceman, you haven't been following along, huh, man? You haven't been following along. Cassie testified that Diddy told her that she can date other people, Iceman. What are you talking about, man? See, like I said, you can't hope and want things to be true that are not actually true, right? We still waiting for something juicy from this agent guy, right? Yeah, it's been a couple of minutes now. Like I said, once again, doing other testimony, it doesn't seem like anything's happening here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I don't, like I said, I don't think that they got anything, man. If they brung in the Punisher, Daniel, they brung in two alleged sex workers. They didn't get nothing from them. The money came from Cassie. Mr. Hayes just testified that everything he's seen and went through and witnessed, from his experience, being the one who was paid to set up and do these erotic scenes and stuff like that in front of Diddy. That everything, was consensual. Okay, a special agent, Mr. Gerard Gannon, was called to the stand. Basically, a former agent, which HSI testified to being responsible for the overall planning of the raid on Diddy's home in Florida. Gannon was allegedly on the ground for the raid at Diddy's Star Island mansion and claimed upwards of 80 to 90 officers were involved in the search due to the size of the property and the security measures. He claimed the search began at 3:30 p.m., which was not typical, but agents had learned Diddy was taking the trip out of the country, so HSI waited. On March 25th, 2024, Combs' homes in Los Angeles and Miami were raided in connection with the federal human traffic investigation. Officials confirmed to Fox News. During the search, authorities allegedly seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil lubricant. Man, are you kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen, they don't have anything, man. Ladies and gentlemen, they don't have anything. They don't have anything, man. They don't have nothing. What was this about? What was this about, man? They didn't have it. You mean to tell me you would think that they calling the government agent now? They got the two sex workers didn't confirm anything that went on, right? Absolutely, Feli speaks. Cassie had she shot a movie in South Africa and her own apartment in Manhattan. Cassie could move as she pleased. How you think she had time to hook up with Michael B. Jordan, Kid Cudi, and Chris Brown? Right? Absolutely. Like what, you know, this is crazy, man. This is, boy, you got to watch out the information that you take in. You got to watch out the information that you take in, man. You got to watch out, man. Ain't nothing happening. Ain't nothing happening, man. Are they at a stalemate? Are they at a standstill? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it, man. It looks like they kind of, yeah. Yeah, it looks like they kind of, you know, like I said, in the refresher course of what this is. Yeah. Evidently this agent is not really testifying too much. To much. They didn't, like I said, they didn't get nothing at Diddy's houses. They didn't, they got some of baby oil and narcotics or whatever. Yeah, they would have been better off locking them up for narcotics. They knew that couldn't work because they knew Diddy had been to rehab. So by him going to rehab, they knew that wouldn't work. Right? He could claim, you know, I got a drug addiction, or I was addicted to drugs, I relapsed, whatever, right? Wow. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Iceman, you keep talking about Kid Cudi's car. There is no conclusive evidence to point that Sean P. Diddy Combs blew Kid Cudi's car up. You got to understand that. I mean, somebody can say you did something. We don't know if you did it or not if there's not concrete evidence or proof. It's not what you think you know, it's what you actually can prove, right? And so when you think about what you're saying, you got to really understand that. Diddy was nowhere in town when the car, according to Cassie, Diddy was nowhere in sight when the car was blown up. Like I said, I don't know. I'm talking about what they saying in court. I can allude to whatever speculation I want to. But the fact of the matter is that nothing has been proven here so far other than the hearsay accusation that Cassie said that Diddy said that he would hurt Kid Cudi and her or whatever have you, and that he would blow the car. This is what Cassie said. Okay. You know, Cassie also said it was a job, but then you got the dude Sheree Hayes coming in here saying that Cassie enjoyed every minute of it, and Cassie would even pay him when she canceled. Also saying that Cassie, it seemed like a consensual situation for them, for her and Diddy. Point blank, period. Like I said, if you wanted to mean more than that, then that's what you wanted to mean. No, that's your Iceman. You're trying to switch her words up. That's what she said, not what you said. You're trying to impose yourself into the situation as if you are directing what's going on. We're just, everybody in the chat listening to what's being said. It's just that simple, right? And right now, as we see that they're not reporting anything from this agent. Yeah, maybe she did want to leave Combs, but she didn't. Did she leave him after March 5th, 2016? Did she leave him after 2013? Right? She stayed 11 years. Absolutely, Mo better. Yeah, Cassie said that she did. He said, but she asked for the urine situation and all of that. Right? No, prostitution ain't prostitution because that's what you call it. The brother Sheree Hayes, he said that they don't do prostitution. They do dry humps. Right? You know what I mean? So, hey, like I said, it's not up for us to decide. We just listening. Understanding what what they told us in the media versus what's being exposed in court right now. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, they, like I said, this government witness, they don't have anything, man. They don't have anything. Like I said, more importantly, I appreciate each and every person that came through today. Human Nature, Mo Better, Iceman, Kathy Rose, Peanut, Mo Jag, Fela Speaks, Exotic, Limitless, Hustle Hard, Brandon Carter, who else? Queen for Life, J Mac, John, Natalie, Country 87, Yaya's Kids, Limitless. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for coming through today. You know what I mean? And, you know, like I say always, man, it's your boy DELRAY, man. It's your boy DELRAY and it's straight game.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.